Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Don McKay, been band manager for Montreal Lake now for 2.5 years. So we always start our meetings, any kind of meetings, we always start with an opening prayer. So I've asked Senator Nolan Henderson to come up here and say an opening prayer for us.
Good morning. Deus que kami sekarang now, dating sipaw, iwan which now kami chili, iwan handles. Semua bantu nak which iwan handles. Iwan kami kita nak community iwan benar big sekarang. Simanto umutagisi. Abi nagkabuya pati sabihin nga tutumat na nasa chat bicara tentang saya siapa kewichiwa tapi kita kita mah bukan cuma ada teman dia benar kisah ni kan atau siapa lagi usulan kita boniganya dia sudah status dia benar itu siapa di sebuah meja. Sekitar kita benar, hutan harus kita siapkan. Bicara buah benar. Yang mesti mualan lebih itu sekolah pasti. Tiba-tiba lebih dah. Mati apa nak? Wici emuji, wici ada. Atau waktu siapa ada komunikasi kiri. Yang biar begini mata memang dia kehidupan ini semua. Amin.
Thank you for opening remarks, Charmaine.
Thank you, Don, for emceeing and our cooks at the back. Look forward to the lunch as well. So, if you have any questions, ask and we shall try to answer them.
Next, I'm going to call on Chief Joyce to come in and give us opening remarks. Joyce?
Good morning, all. And to the Creator, and thank you for the prayers. Marcia, thank you for the prayers. And I want to apologize, first of all, for not wearing my headdress. When it's this morning, if I passed it again, we had an elder that fell. We had to cut our program recording short last night in PA. One of our elders fell down in the bathroom, ended up breaking her hip. Melinda Nakao, she's one of our elders, and she broke her hip, so I was in the hospital for about after midnight last night. And so I was kind of rushing around this morning, and I forgot my headdress. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. But you all know who I am in a way. Instead of my dad would be 8.5 I am. And also, I have family here, so and it's always great to be back home here. The only thing I a mirror to buy a mirror. Because every time I get there, I go to the washroom, there's no mirror. I've been wanting to buy that for maybe 6 years now. And still haven't gotten one, so next thing in the agenda. Some mirror. I just want to say thank you to the cooks who are going to be feeding us today. We say thank you to the presenters. I said this is their third day. Started off in Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Stephanie, and today in Loren. I ask you guys to enjoy and listen to the presenters that are presenting the managers, presenting their reports. Not too many First Nations do this, but every year we make it mandatory that we want to be transparent as possible. All of our program managers work very hard, and it is their time to present their reports. And also I want to say thank you to the council that are here, the leadership in Little Red, Charmaine, and I don't know where the other one is, but from Montreal Lake. I said these are very hard-working council you have, and they work with their portfolios for the ones that are going to be hearing about it. We also gave a warning to Gerald, who's going to be up here 2 minutes and a month. Because Gerald can talk all day, and we all know that. So I want to apologize to the people that couldn't complete their reports last night. When the ambulance and the paramedics started coming, I said we have to clear it. It just didn't make sense for us to continue our reporting. So out of respect, we have to do that a lot of times. Like before we also had almost like a moment of silence yesterday after. It was kind of still emotional. I still find it. I don't know, Virginia. Virginia is here. Where are you? Virginia is going to be here to present the detox. She's not here. But also last night we had a wonderful 1 minute silence or a moment of silence about Gilligan and Bully, because both of them were involved in detox. So that was, you always have to honor the people, that have passed on, because they did so much. They supported us, and they worked with us, and they prayed for us. And those are the leaders, those are the kind of leaders you don't want to forget ever, because they put so much into the community. So when we do the presentation on detox, I said I will ask that we have a moment of silence to honor Gilligan and Arnold, we call it Bully. And so I want to ask you that today, and I also want to ask you, you come in here, it's a really positive, and really you feel that energy, positive energy. It doesn't matter if it's cold or icy out there, but you feel that energy, a positive energy. So today, it's going to be like that. Today's going to be very positive. And if you have any questions and we're not sure of what the program is doing, if you have any questions, do not be afraid to ask. Don't. That's why we're here. That's why managers are presenting their program. Let you know once a year at least, what they're doing. And I want to thank our band manager. Our band manager works very hard for the band manager. Make sure everybody does their job. Kusamaga. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just for people that continue to walk in, just make sure that you get registered, and there is a few of the side draws as well. I think we had some people entering their names last night in Prince Albert. So we got a lot of prizes to go through today, so make sure your name and you got your tickets. Our legal counsel will be here a little later on to give us an update on all our claims for Montreal Lake. She also donated 2 Edmonton Oilers tickets, but you put your name in the draw and we'll make that draw tomorrow with the last assembly in Montreal Lake. So just make sure that you're entered. If you don't have to be an Oilers fan, you can sell the tickets to somebody if you win. So our next presenter, or our first presenter, is our financial audit.
Have you adopted the agenda?
We haven't adopted the agenda with the other assemblies, we just follow it. Yeah.
I just want clarity, because your agenda says 4 to 8 p.m. till 9 p.m. So you're going to go from 10 to what time today?
We've been going from 4 to 10 in, I don't know which agenda you got, but mine.
I got the Prince Albert, the regular Prince Albert bill when I got.
There's a different one for Montreal, for Little Red. Yeah.
They're having the wrong one.
Yeah, the agenda, it says we're supposed to start at 10 and wrap up by 5 p.m., but we've been running late because questions, we need time for questions, plus we had suppers in Saskatoon and Prince Albert, and then of course we're going to have a lunch here today too. So I just want to, our first presenter is our audit, so I'm going to call on Jason Lynn from MNP to give you a presentation on our audit.
Good morning, everyone. Kim's just fixing my presentation there. For some of us that maybe it's harder to read all the way up there, if you did not get a copy of the annual report, the presentation is in there, so if you want to follow along on paper or have a closer view, you might notice a few people didn't have them, they are up front here, so if you want to grab one of those, it'll make it easier for some of you to follow along. Testing. All right, thanks everyone. Good morning. I just want to say thanks to the Elder for the opening prayer, Chief and Council for having me, and all the members here for welcoming me out to your community. My name is Jason Lins, as Don said. I'm a CPA. I'm with MNP. Our firm has been engaged to do your audits for a number of years here. And I'm going to give you guys a high-level little presentation on what the audit, what the results are, just kind of some of the main takeaways. Obviously, the audit has a lot of information in it. So I don't have all day, I've got half an hour, so I'm going to hit the highlights as best I can. Just the first slide here, just acknowledge, you would have seen that screenshot of the artwork there. This is just a highlight. We commission each year a different piece of art for our presentations we do with our Indigenous communities. Last year was actually Jordan Twist from James Smith that we had on the presentations for those who would have been here. Just a quick notice, the slides and the presentation that you're going to see here is not the full set of audited statements. This is just kind of a summary of some key items. If you are ever looking for your full set of statements, you can go to your band office to see them. Also, based on the Financial Transparency Act that the government has in place, ISC will post your financial statements online, so they are publicly available. Google Montreal Lake First Nation Transparency Act, and you'll kind of find them there. So before we start, when we do an audit, and the main thing of the audit is, can you actually rely on the numbers that are being presented or what's in the audit? The audit always doesn't say, are they doing good financially, bad financially? The audit says, is the information provided correct or accurate? Have they done everything to ensure that we can give you numbers that you can make decisions on? So in this case, and for many years, the nation does have an unqualified audit opinion, so that means no qualifications. So sometimes if there's a qualification, it means everything's good, but we didn't have enough evidence on, for example, receivables or something. So in this case, we don't have any of that, so this is a good thing. You can rely on the information that's there. As I go along, I'll explain where the financial position is. This isn't, you can make the judgment of the financial position. That's the goal of the audit, is to say you've got information here, now you can decide as users if this is where things should be at. So the presentation, for most of it, I've got a couple little things on Montreal Lake Business Ventures at the end. But this is the consolidated audit. This is the requirement under ISC, is to provide a consolidated audit. So when I'm talking about some of these numbers and financial position, it is going to include Montreal Lake, Little Red, both reserves, both health centers, the CMHC housing program, which is combined for the two communities. The Little Red Community Store is kind of treated like a program because it doesn't have separate legal title. It's just never been set up as a corporation or partnership. The detox center is included in here, as well as urban services is included. And I do have a couple slides at the end. You're going to see some of the growth the nation's had in the last couple of years is the increased programming with urban services. Also, I just mentioned a bunch of those. Montreal Lake Business Ventures is included, but it's set up as a separate corporate entity, so it's treated like an investment. So it's going to come in as, it's not going to be mixed in with all your numbers, it's just going to be there, how much profit you make, and what's the value of that entity. Yes?
You go back one presentation. I see clearly on the bottom, not all internal balances, blah, blah, blah. What do you know?
Oh, so all intercompany balances, so we're just saying you can't make revenue from one and expenses for one. It's just, they get eliminated, like when you're doing transfers back and forth. This is taken directly from the financial statements, so that's kind of the accounting policy note that's in there to explain that sometimes what can happen is you could say have revenue, you do a transfer from Montreal Lake to Little Red and then make your revenue look higher or make your expenses look more because you can double up on those transfers. So we have to eliminate those. When we're talking about this, so what's not included, PAGC is not consolidated in. We don't have control over PAGC. The revenues you receive from PAGC are included, and how you expend those, that is included. But you don't have any of their assets included in here because they're kind of your assets, just that it's what you receive and how you spend that money. The other one that's not included currently is Montreal Lake Child and Family Services Agency. How that's been set up is that it is under control of a separate board of directors. So chief and council don't have direct oversight on that. So under the county rules, it doesn't get consolidated. This will likely change in the next couple of years as C92 evolves and jurisdiction over child and family changes. But as things stand right now and how it's set up, Montreal Lake Child and Family does not fall under the control of chief and council. Okay, the fun part now, numbers, at least for me, the auditor. This here is your statement of financial position, or also known as a balance sheet. It tells you what you owned and what you owed at March 31st, 2025. So assets are things that you owned, and liabilities are things that you owed. So this might just look like a bunch of numbers for some of those that don't get involved in financials as much. So I'm gonna kind of give a few slides, a few kind of ratios, trends to show you how to interpret some of this. The first thing I want to look at when I look at your balance sheet financial position is your working capital, which is your short-term health. Are we able to pay our bills? So the two things you want to look at is current assets, which is your cash, money owed to you almost immediately. So sometimes you have what's called accounts receivable, which is money, let's say, the government said they're going to give you but didn't pay you to April or May, but it was for funds last year. So sometimes they'll hold your money back until you do your reporting, so things like that. Current liabilities is what you have to pay to others. So sometimes you've gotten a service, but you haven't paid the bill yet. You have some debt. Typically, you have so much you have to pay back each year, so that gets included in your current liabilities. So the difference of this two is working capital. So where is the nation's working capital, and are they able to pay their bills? So you can see the green line is your current assets, so that's kind of what you have to pay those bills, and the red line is the bills that you have to pay. Then when you take the difference, that means, do we have enough? So you can see they're pretty much operating very close to what they have coming in. They have enough to pay. Once in a while, there's a little bit of a separation, which is kind of the orange line there. Okay, this is the orange line's kind of where are you short. If you're above that zero line, that means, okay, you got a little bit of like extra in the bank. In this case, at the end of the year, there was about $500,000 not short. So that seems maybe like a large number, but you got to remember that typically with the current budget, there's probably $4 million of funding coming each. So that's really only a few days. They're only running a few days of debt. So once they get that payment in April, they would have had enough to pay those bills. So it's like almost using your credit card for a few days to back you up, but it's not for a very long period of time. So when the question says, are we able to pay our bills? I'd say, yeah, there's enough there, but just enough there. The next one, this is more of a long-term, where are we financially? Total financial assets, so this is everything, all assets. I'm not just talking the short term. Some of your investments in Montreal Lake business ventures, which you could go to if you ever needed cash to pay bills, or sometimes you use to secure loans. Total liabilities is all your debt. The big thing that'll be in here, in addition, is loans with First Nations Bank and all your CMHC mortgages, because you owe them. You have money owed there. So then the difference between this is your net financial position. You've got some savings and you can spend that on the future. And if you are negative, that means you're going to have to take some future revenues to pay back past debts. So this here is to kind of indicate are slightly in the negative. It's climbed up quite a bit from 2020. We're showing about 8 million in net debt. This year it's closer to that 1 million mark. And like I said, we're running the budget. When we get to revenues, you're going to see the budget that's being operated is quite a bit larger than in the past. So that 1 million is kind of back to that 1 week. So that it's not going to be a big hole to get out of, even though it seems like a large amount. The other thing that I like to take away from your what you owe on the balance sheet is your capital assets. Are you replacing your infrastructure? Is it continuing to increase? Are you investing more into things like the schools, the houses, the different buildings, so that you want those to continue to grow. So the top line is your capital assets. You can see that back in 2021, there was about $45 million in capital assets. At the end of this current year, there's $70 million. Some of this is funding. When you see that they increased, some of that has been capital. There's been a lot more capital money coming, like lagoons, landfill things. Some bigger projects have been happening. The line at the bottom there, that orange, that's how much you owe on those capital assets. So some cases it isn't funded by ISK. You go to the bank. One of the biggest would be CMHC. You take out mortgages for them, so you slowly pay it over time and get more ownership. So the green line there is what is bought and paid for your assets. So you can see it's continuing to increase what you own, even though you have continued to have about $10 million of debt. Not bad debt, because you have something attached to it and you're buying something and the value is still going up, or the service life is, in this case, still going up in excess. The one last thing on your financial position is accumulated surplus. So you go look at your statement of financial position and you see a big surplus and you're like, oh, we got a big surplus, what's going on? Some of this is how we account for things under, you're required to use public sector accounting standards, which is the same as kind of what other governments use, municipalities, which is where they've decided First Nation should report. And, so that's kind of the choice that had to be made. So you have different buckets of your surpluses. So when we go to your accumulated surplus, you can see you've got a $68 million surplus. It seems like a big number. But most of that surplus is intangible capital assets that I just showed 2 slides before. So you've got assets, really that's what's bought and paid for. So you've got $57 million of service life, not cash. So that's essentially, those houses and all that are going to provide that value of cost of service over time, but it's not a cash surplus. Equity and investments, when we get to Montreal Business Ventures, that's where the $9.7 million is. They do have cash or hold investments in various entities, so you could turn that into cash if you needed to be. Then you've got an operating deficit, which was about $360,000 last year, is $1.2 million this year. Like I said, 1.2 million operating deficit does seem like a large number, but when you get to the revenues, you're going to see that you are operating a $60 million budget. So 1.2 is really a small percentage of that 60 million. So for the most part, it's running that break-even, teetering, spending just enough what we have, but not overspending. Can't quite get it perfect. Okay, now the other main statement that's in a set of financial statements is your statement of operations. Sometimes it's called an income statement. This shows your revenues, so money coming in, your cash coming in, and your expenses. How did we spend those funds that we got in? So some of that will be hard to see from there, but it is in your package. It'll give you a little more detailed listing. But I'll kind of summarize that with a little graph here, just so you can kind of see what's trending. That green line there, I know it's a little light, but that's your federal government funding, so money from ISK and Health Canada, which is now under ISK as well. You can see they were giving you guys about 25 million back in 2020. Now it's over 55 million. So your budget for the nation is that total pink line there at the top has gone from 35 million to almost 65 million. But at the bottom you can see some of the other ones and they have not grown that much. So pretty much your revenues growth has come from ISK, just making you a little bit more dependent on that. So some of the other pockets have not grown. This is just more another visual on that last slide. What percentage of your revenue comes from the federal government or ISK? It's 82%. Then you can see there's various other smaller pieces of the pie that add up. When you see the other there, if you go back 2 slides and get the list, it's just the ones that were so small that we couldn't, we didn't want to make a separate little chart because it would have been so small on here. But the main thing to take away from this slide is this is highlighting the dependence on that funding. So now we've got that $60-some million budget of revenue. How are we going to split the pie up? How are we going to spend it? I'm going to show this in 2 different ways. This way here is by segment or by program. So how much are we giving to each program? You can see the bottom one, the big one, 10.5 million. That's your biggest payment. That's education. Education gets 10.5 million. That bright green one in the corner, 8.6, social support services. That one's one that's growing, and you might ask what that is. A lot of the new prevention programming is going through that, First Nations reps. So a lot of stuff with the nation operated family services stuff that will account for a lot of your increased ISK funding as well. The other big areas that you have 6.7 million there is an admin, social 7.7, so that's mostly basic needs, and then you've got health is 8.5 million. And as you go around, you can see how much housing is 3 million, community infrastructure 4.4 million. So if you go around, you can kind of see how much you're spending in each area. That was how you allocated your expenses by program. This is kind of more how by individual item. The totals for these 2 are exactly the same, but it's just how much do we spend on salaries, how much are we spending on contractors, how much are we spending on repairs, how much was assistance. So you can see all the items listed there. But here's a bit of a visual of that, just so you can kind of see where, what percentage, because sometimes the numbers seem big because there's just a large budget, so it's sometimes a visual of, okay, what are they allocating to each? Your biggest expense is salaries and benefits. You got to pay for the teachers, administration, health workers, all that, so that's your biggest cost. The next biggest cost is assistance, 11.6. That one isn't grown quite a bit. One of the biggest reasons it's grown is actually urban services has been able to get a lot of additional funding and programming through a JP program, so Joint Principal Program with ISC. So you'll see at the end, they got almost like an additional $4 million of revenue in the past year to provide more assistance to off-reserve members. So that's why that piece of the pie has continued to grow. Yeah. Legal, so professional fees is $422,000. That would include legal and accounting. Yeah. Well, legal would be your lawyers. Yes, depends if there's claims going on. Right now, a lot of the bigger costs would be the different type of claims that you got going with the federal government, which I know the lawyer will be here later to present on, what she's been working on.
Is that including foreign commissions?
Sorry?
Is that including the boards or is that just for legal fees?
That's just legal fees, but that also includes audit fees as well in there, professional fees. The legal fees, there's been no like commission or any of that yet because nothing's been settled.
How much are you spending on legal fees?
300-ish is my guess. Trying to remember out of the 420, what percentage would be some of the other. Okay, so that was mainly the present. Actually, I'll open up if there's any other questions there, because that was kind of the stuff on the nation as a whole. I've got a few more slides on Montreal business ventures and urban services. But yeah.
Underneath the mic, you can hear me. Well, I was asking about the legal fees and how much it's costing us. 300-ish, they said. Okay. And the other question I have is as far as leadership groups are, where expenditure? I'm asking about the expenditure for leadership is.
So yeah, the chief and council wages on here would be one particular line. It would be mixed into some of the travel meetings. There is a separate schedule of chief and council. I didn't actually should brought out my presentation, but that actually shows how much they get for wages and how much they get for travel. That has to be legally posted online. So if you actually go online, you can find how much they are getting.
Okay. I'm just wondering why you didn't present that long.
Sorry, I just.
It was like, you get it where?
It's on the ISC's website under the First Nation Financial Transparency Act. Okay. Any other questions before I go to the next one? Okay, Montreal Business Ventures, what's included, so they've got a bunch of investments and holdings there. Also, they've got some contracts on the forestry side, as well as the store at Montreal Lake is $1,000. They have cash, they pay their bills right away. So they have some funds sitting there. They may have to sell some of those investments, but this is kind of like some of your savings accounts. They do provide contributions to the nation each year so that they can do various programs. So here you can see the short-term health, the working capital, the orange line, so essentially they have $6 million available if they need to do any type of spending. When you hear Gary present later, he'll say, let you know different businesses or investments they're looking at. That's what they have this money for. Some of their portfolio investments, just so you kind of know what you own. I see Gary's presentation yesterday, so he will touch on some of these. He will know highlight what's going on with Manitoba Muckalucks. The value has come down a little bit from what they had valued it a couple of years ago, just when there was a private equity sale. Some economic factors there, and then the One Sky Forest products, they determined that the value of that is likely not recoverable. One Sky Forest products. Revenue, so what revenues do they have? They have the retail store, forestry operations, investment income, and they got a little bit of other income. You can see for the most part the revenues have been similar. That kind of weird line that goes up and then goes down, there was kind of when there was a private equity sale, they had increased the value of Manitoba Muckalucks, but now that it's kind of been looking at it revalued, the economics are down, so the value of that has come down a bit. This is kind of just an interesting slide. I know this one pertains a little more over on Montreal Lake, but it would be very similar for the store here. The store here, because it's not a separate legal entity, it was included within all the band's numbers. But I like this one just as a fun slide because a lot of nations we go to, they go to the store and they're like, why does it cost so much here? Why is it more than what it costs when I go to PA or Saskatoon? One is their products cost them a lot more because they don't have the buying power of a superstore or a co-op because they're not buying the same volumes. But you can see almost every year the costs are very similar. And this will be similar for both retail operations. So when you go there, you spend about 70 cents, and what you spend is just for them to buy that gas or the smokes that they're reselling. So that now they're only left with 30 cents for every dollar you spend. Then they need employees to stock the shelves, work the tills, do all the books, do the ordering, all that. That's on average 12 cents of everything you spend is going to go to cover those costs. And then we've got a little bit of other costs. Obviously there's administration and overhead costs of about 7.5 cents. Each year it depends, and it's how well some of the stores are run. You can see last year, this is the Daily House store. They only have made 3.5 cents for every dollar you spend. Some years it gets closer to 10 cents. Margins are very, very tight at those stores. So sometimes fuel being different by 3 or 4 cents a liter can impact their bottom line dramatically. So just understanding that, yeah, that's why when you look at some of these retail operations, prices are that high, and if they're slow in reacting and changing the prices, what they make is goes down significantly. This slide here is just for information purposes, more on Montreal Lake Business Ventures, so you know where they're spending their money. Most of this is their administration, operation costs. So they do run about a $2.3 million budget, very similar to last year on how much they're spending to operate. The biggest one there is salaries and wages and benefits, and then obviously they have some consulting stuff they do in the forestry and some softwood contracting fees. They have professional fees, in that case is lawyers, accountants, consultants looking at different business opportunities and getting some advice. Montreal Lake Urban Services, I'll quickly go through these, just put this in here more when we were in Saskatoon and PA, so they were aware of what's happening. But you know, you all have relatives out that are off reserve as well. So urban services 2 years ago was about a $500,000 program. So a quite small program. They've worked quite hard, your 2 urban councillors, to grow this. A lot of it has been applications, finding those opportunities through risk. So they've grown that to almost $4.5 million this year. But the majority of that growth has been through the JP program, or Children's Principal Program, through risk. So now they've got a bunch more money. What are they doing with it? 3/4 of what they're spending is assistance. They're giving it back to members through food hampers, different services providing, getting around the communities, just different contributions. So in the other quarter, majority of that there is going to be their administrative costs, operating. Some of that in there is things like vehicle, that was brought up last night. They do have like 5 vehicles now, so they have to maintain those vehicles, but those vehicles are also providing services because they're helping to be able to get members around PA or Saskatoon. So that's my presentation. I'm open for any more questions. You can ask them now. You can pull me aside. I'll stick around for a bit. Always love talking numbers. So bit of a geek that way.
Just so you guys know, for the audit and stuff, I've posted. This is 2025. If you're interested in looking at it, it's on the government website. You can see Chief and Council's travel and expenses on the government website. I'm just looking at it. We're up to date in our audits. We sent the audit in already to the federal government, but 2025, I don't know why they haven't posted it yet, but it was sent in already to the government, so they just need to post 2025 on their website. So, and also looked at other bands. Laurent's band hasn't posted an audit since 21. PBCN hasn't posted an audit since 2018. So Montreal Lake is doing good. We're keeping up, and our audits are being done on time. Well, we're a little late, a few months this year, but as far as audits being submitted to the government, we've been doing them every year. So just keep that in mind, that we're financially accountable and transparency, and it's being posted every year. So thank you, Jason. I'm going to make a few draws.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jai. I work for the Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency. I've been the interim director, and I want to say thank you all for having us here today. I also want to say thank you, Chief and Council, for the great job you guys are doing. Your work endlessly, you push in a lot of hours, and those hours sometimes we don't see it, but because we work together in partnership, I know the amount of work you put in. Audit is a great audit. I commend you for that as well. I'm here today to highlight a couple of overview of the Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency program. In that, we would like to say Lionel Burke, who has been the director for the agency, has now retired since last August, and we want to continue to remember the good work he has been doing for the nation and the agency, and we will continue that vision. He always say dream big, and we are here to dream big as well. Our agency consists of 6 board members and 2 elders. We do have Josephine Halkepere. She's the elder from the inception of the agency. So Josephine Huckleberry is here. We have Mary Agnes Bird. She is from Montreal. She started off as a board member and then transitioned into becoming an elder at the agency. I believe we have Levi Nelson here. He is also a board member. Lance McDonald and Roger Bird and Gail Halkett and Wanda Halkett Bird are also from the Literate community. One vacant position just recently opened up, and I believe we will be posting for that soon. We also do have our portfolio counselors, Charmaine Armine and Dean Henderson. Both of them will attend our meetings when we have meetings, and they will report out to the Chief and Council, and that presents transparency and the way we do our business and make that communication bridge between the agency and Chief and Council. We are also mandated to provide Chief and Council our financial audit every year and our annual program reports, and that usually happen after the audit. The audit is usually completed by July 31st of every year, and then we have opportunity to present those findings to the nation. So the Montreal Lake Child and Family was established in 1999. We are operating on arm's length from the Cree Nation, and like I said earlier, it consists of 6 board members currently and 2 elders. We have been established since 1999, and Josephine Huckleberry has been the elder from day one of the creation of the agency. So thank you, Josie, for all your support, all your prayers for the agency as well. So we have 2 locations. One is just across the street, and the other location is Montreal Lake Recreation. We offer protection, prevention services, and on-call services. We do have on-call services. Our core funding usually come from Indigenous Service Canada and the Ministry of Social Services. Those are main 2 funding. We also do go after auto and Feed the Children. We do apply for funding there, and that's mainly we do a lunch program for the children in the school and some other additional summer programs, but these are mainstream of income. So some of the services we do offer are protection services, prevention services, Camp Hope as well. I don't think a lot of promotion has been done to promote Camp Hope in the way it should be. So we are going to be creating more awareness so people are aware that Camp Hope do exist. It's an in-service program for women and children. We do have security service. Devin Ladahow is the head of our security. We recently have opened some safe homes where we're bringing our children back from various parts of the province and out of province back into the nation. We have opened so far one of the homes, and we're looking for employees so that we can extend and open the other three homes. We brought the first set of children back into the community since December 7th, I believe was the first time we brought 4 children back into the community. We've also been using, recently the government has released different streams of funding for buildings, and that's under the CHRT 41 application process, and we have used that stream to build the 4 homes. We are, for 2026-2027, the plan is to extend for us to have some of those homes in the community of Literate, and also the possibility of having a new office complex. Those pre-feasibility will be engaging MNP for advancing with those pre-feasibility studies, so we're able to move forward in that. I know the building seasons are very short in this province, so we'll do our best to make sure that those are advancing at the fastest pace by engaging the services we need. Protection services focuses on the well-being community. We are operating under a delegation agreement. Delegation agreement where Chief and Council mandate is to do the work of protection services. We follow also the Child and Family Services Act and offering protection service through Unite Families. So these are taken from the Child and Family Service Act. These are some of the legal status that we have to follow. You have the Section 9, 10, 11, 17, PSI, 37, A, 37.2, Section 56, and post-majority. A lot of focuses has been, a lot of people rather are not aware of the post-majority services. So the post-majority services are geared towards people who are old, 16 or 18 and over, who can come and we can work out a work plan for them and ensure that they are able to get their own home, an education plan, and get them all the resources they need. So it's customizable for an individual who would like to move forward in their life and they're meeting a dead end. We can help with that process. We do not have an employee specifically, but I've been able to apply for a few of those applications and have been able to got the funding for those individuals. It's an annual request that has to be submitted. They can get computers, cell phone, home, fully furnished, and stuff like that. So if you know of anyone who has been in care and have aged out and would like to access those services, you can come and see me after, and we can work and see how best we can navigate for them to be able to access those services. We also have the prevention unit. The prevention unit focuses on strengthening families before a crisis happens. The goal is to keep the children supported and connected to their culture while reducing the need for child protection and intervention. The protection unit works from a holistic, cultural, grounded approach, supporting emotional, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. So let's say we have an apprehension and it's ruled out that that individual is not in need of child protection services, then that caseload will be handed over into the prevention department, and they will follow up with the families, ensuring that any support service that they might need is available, such as mental health. If they need to go to Camp Hope, for example, that could be an option, and any other wraparound services through the bank and ourselves, we work together in order to meet the family needs. So here again, here are some functions of our prevention department. Early intervention, family strengthening, culture and land-based programming has been one of the major coping skills, responsibility, recreational. We also do some community outreach as well, public awareness campaign. We need to strengthen a lot more in that area. So we have been able to be more awareness on the programs and services. So we're hoping to have more employees, so we're able to educate the nation on the program and services. As we know, the agency sometimes, because of the nature of the work the employees do, can be very hard, and we are probably one of the most hated, if I may, office in the community. So we want to break that barrier down and make sure that people are coming in and getting the service that they need.
So I have a question. How many CFA prevention services employees do you have in Little Red?
Right now we have one. We have two, but we're still looking for workers that will be posted very soon. We're hoping to get 2 youth workers and 1 more prevention worker. If you know anyone who's looking. The posting will be coming out shortly. And we're also looking for other positions like HR. We posted for that as well.
For Little Red agency?
No, just prevention worker. The human resources part of it happens in the main office in Montreal. So eight cabins available for Montreal and Cree Nations members. We're given first preference to Montreal and Cree Nation members who will be attending the program. So they come into the program for 4 months. They come in, they go through a screening application for admission. Once they're admitted, they come into the program and they will be spending 4 months there. And they do a lot of programming, such as parental program, mental health programs. Land-based is a good part of it. They attend culture, sweats, and those who want them to do that. If they want to go to church, then they have an option to go to church or whatever their religious beliefs are. They will follow that and they will accommodate those requests from those ladies. After spending 2 weeks in the camp, then they're reunited with their children and their children will come and be with them. They spend 4 months in the program. We work around with wraparound services in the community, such as health center. They have some AA program or other programs available there. They can attend there. And then we work with housing to get them back into their communities and in their home for housing and reintegrated into the. So when these ladies come into the camp, these are some of the areas that we find that is mostly required them to become a better version of themselves. There's loss of hope from fires, addictive behavior, childhood trauma, lack of love and attention, instability, family breakdown, inadequate housing, violence and addictions. So this is just a snapshot of some of what they're coming in with. And our goal is to make them a better version of themselves. So we offer all these different programs, and then by the end of the 4 months, we're hoping that they can be transformed into being a healthy version of themselves. Healthier version mean health and wellness, family integration, positive legacy, healthy relationships, stronger family bonds, stronger support system, connection to the culture and community, love. We have a kinship model, goals and objectives. So having them, some of them wanted to go to school, help them with application for school. Some of them want to go and live in Prince Albert, help them with the opportunity with their housing applications as well. So we have also these different various types of program, in class program, Monday to Friday. They do 2 to 3 hours daily with a therapeutic approach. They have circle checks, land-based, Monday to Friday, 3 to 4 hours daily, included weekends. They attend sweats and ceremonies, snaring, fishing, archery, medicine picking in the summer. Partner program Monday to Friday include programming, delivery of outside expert, for example, life skill, budgeting, and anger management. Then we have family program, evenings and weekends, including side trips and special events, example, cultural activity, attending the LRRR Powwow is one big one for them as well. The Malanosa Days are some of the bigger events that they attend as well. We are also open if we are not filled up at any time for all the 8 beds. We have been accepting relatives, we call them relatives. We have been accepting relatives from different nations as well for a fee for service. So they will come in and they will come with their family, and we offer that as a fee for service as well. Through the CHRT 41 application, we have been able to acquire a sensory building. In this space we use for sensory learning, and we have a psychologist and a occupational health therapist that will come in, do the assessment of the children, and then they create a work plan. Then from the work plan, the workers will work with the children in order to utilize the space, and then when they come back the following month, they will track the progress and how the kids are moving forward with that work plan. Sometimes, as we know, it can be very, very difficult to get appointments for these children to be assessed. Sometimes you can wait maybe sometime a year or maybe 2 years to get into an appointment. So by having an on-site psychologist, it's been very tremendously helpful to speed up that.
Do you have those professionals employed full-time?
No, they're not. They're on contract basis, so by hourly. And they also do their own billing through German principle. As we know, the nation is working on their Bill C-92. So the way we are running the agency right now will change down the line as the nation move more and more towards their own law and their own development. So we're not there yet. We're in year 2 of our delegation agreement, and that agreement is for 5 years. So maybe in 5 years we might not have an agency, and everything will go back to the nation at that point. But we'll take it by ear, I guess. So we do a lot of collaboration and partnership with the Chief and Council. We are thanking them for their support and everything we do. We work alongside with the health, housing, youth center, ban prevention, mental wellness, social training and development. Recently, about 2 years ago, we had a carpentry program in the community, and we ran it for 16 weeks, and we had we started with 12 youth, and we graduated, I believe it was 8 of them in that program. We are currently engaging MNP for audit. We use them also for CHRP 41 support, and we use them one or two times for recruitment as well. This is some of the buildings as well we have acquired. We've been able to acquire through the CHRT 41 application building, which has been very instrumental this summer. For when we had the big fire, it was the community hub where people were coming in and being the hub for everyone to come and have a lunch or a meeting point for updates and dispatching anyone who had to leave the community for evacuation purposes. That is, like I said earlier, we are in a pre-feasibility study for expansion. Sometimes Little Red, I'm sorry to say, it seems to be forgotten, but we want to bring that into the forefront where we say, okay, we've got enough here, let's move our focus over here where we can say, okay, let's do something bigger for Little Red, and that's in the work at this point. The way I envision is to have a brand new office, and also have prevention services, a building, maybe not that magnitude, but something similar in that way. We have to talk to Chief of Council for the alignment of the land, location, and things like that, but we're just in the preliminary stage of this.
I'm just curious what the buildings down the hill. The buildings down the hill, there's nothing going on there. Nothing like that for years.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, there has been many engagement for that building with previous leadership, but we are very close to do some negotiation to utilize the building very soon. So hopefully by April 1st, you will be seeing some activities in that building.
Is that definite, or is this possible? Is that definite that by April 1st something will happen, or is that just yet happen?
I'm hoping, it's my heart desire that it can be earlier. If not, April 1st is a target date, but in my heart, I would like to see something happen earlier than April 1st. One second. The negotiations have started, and we have engaged different options. We wanted to do partnership with Yellow Thunderbird Lodge and other activities. We tried out and moved forward, and then 10 step backward. So we've thought of different options, and now we're thinking of just partnering with the nation so we can move forward, because that might be our best option at this point.
Joy, you want to use this microphone because there's more and more people. There's a lady back there that has her hand up and she wants to ask a question. So.
Don't give me a microphone. Don't put me on speakerphone and don't give me a microphone. What kind of activities is going to start in your fiscal year?
I'm not 100% sure yet. We are talking with the nation for them to rent the building at this point. So it will be totally dependent on whatever they are choosing to put in there. I don't have the details, we're just in negotiation.
Okay, and so you said they. Who's they?
The chief of council.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Did you say that the buildings are empty? Why are people being paid? The buildings down in Boulevard are empty. Why are people being paid to work there?
Right now, we only have security services in that building, and that is coming out of the operation dollars from the Montreal Lake Channel Fund.
Security for what though?
She asked the question, security for what?
Security for safeguarding the building at this time.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your comments and your report. I guess you're an interim director. How long are you here?
Truthfully answering that question, I have been taking this position since end of August when Lionel retired. I know they have posted for the position, and that would be a question for the board when how soon they would like to move forward on that. I really don't have the answer. I'm debating myself the next steps, but unfortunately I don't have that answer today. The board members are there.
Okay, thank you. My next question is regarding that buildings down the hill. Is there, when you first started, there were staff members there. So who's covering? You guys are covering the cost of security and also the maintenance of that building, ICFS?
That's correct.
So there's no directors identified for that building or any staff members identified for that building besides security?
That's correct.
Thank you. And also prevention. I see Indian Child and Family Services. There should be no child and family services. Prevention is doing their job. The prevention is to take over and hopefully provide the services that there will be new child and family services required 5, 10 years, 20 years down the road. I don't know if my understanding of that is wrong or not.
Like I said earlier, there will not be eventually any protection services as the nation moves towards Bill C-92. They will be adopting their own laws and they will be taking over all the protection as we know it today.
We're looking at 5 years. Well, my next question is regarding the board members. I'm going to admit, when I was chief, I screwed up. I got the board members elected and they were appointed. So I don't know if that the chief and council, maybe Joyce can answer this, if that has changed yet as far as how the board of directors are appointed.
I say May. The board of directors are appointed, I believe, but you guys have to remember, ICFA, they're an arm's length away from us. We don't have a say. So they've always been an arm's length away from us because they're incorporated. We have no say in any of the businesses that are incorporated. They have their own board of directors, council. We just have sometimes 1 or 2 councilors sitting there as ex officios. So,
I guess for clarity, Chief, I'm asking how are the board members appointed? Because when I was chief, I'm going to admit I screwed up. I got them elected, the board members at that time. I didn't know until a year later when the past chief told me that no, those board members were never elected, they were appointed by chief and council, sector. So I don't know if that's changed or not. And if not, can you change that?
Jack can answer it, because when we came, when we came in 6 years ago, they were still the same.
Yeah, so I
They're
don't
still
know.
the same, and they're still the same the way you have them.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're planning to change that, so I don't know if I might jeopardize child and family service by getting them elected. So the board members were elected by membership to sit on that board. Prior to mine, not knowing that those board members were appointed by leadership, sector. So I don't know if that's going to change or not.
So in terms of, they all have their terms of reference, and that's what we follow. They're incorporated.
Okay, can you get a copy of that, and how is that overseen the chief and council?
Just on that, there is a process, Edward, there's a call out if anybody is interested in being a board member, so there's a call out, people submit their names, and then there's a process on how they get appointed by the leadership, but there is a call out to submit your name if you're interested, so that's what we've been following.
Can I get a copy of that?
Yeah.
Because I know my understanding was at the time when I was chief, I buttered that up by getting the members elected to the chief for child and family services. And if there's a BCR or anything statement, otherwise, I'd like to see that, because it never came to our attention when we were leadership at the time.
Thank you, Cree. Any more questions?
You have a question?
Charmaine, you have a question?
Are you done?
Every child matters, coming into the
The next part of the presentation, we have Linda Osup here, who will be talking a little bit more on the settlement, the German's principal settlement, and the child class settlement as well. So we'll turn that over to Linda, and she can follow up on some questions.
One quick one before you finish. Can they get a financial report on these buildings, Sergey? Or does that come from Doc? What is costing that? Montreal Lake Prison or Child and Family Services. The buildings down the hill. I don't know if you've ever seen them, Don.
Yeah, I was in there last week.
Yeah.
Truthfully, it's costing us around $8,000 to $9,000 a month to run that building at this time. That includes casual worker, maintenance, water hauling, electricity, heat, snow clearing, everything that is to maintain a building. Well, thank you for listening. I'll be in the back there. If you have any further questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Joy, I think Carol has a comment here.
Sorry.
Carol?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I just want to, add on to the answers that were given. So with leadership, one of the things that we've asked these questions too, because we're wondering, and we're grateful for Jai and, really opening up and, having meetings with us. I want to share that we had a meeting, I think it was 2 weeks ago, with MSS. So we sat in the meeting all day and we reviewed that tripartite agreement. And that agreement is between the nation. So when we reviewed it, we were told by the lady, Arlene Karen is her name. So she comes out to the communities. It was my first time meeting her. Anyway, she told us that she worked there for 29 years, and that this agreement has not been surprised because we're like, we've been signing it, and then leadership before us have been signing it, and since 1999. Right now, what we're doing is we're going to be meeting again and just reviewing that document, because in there it's our guiding document. Just like we follow an executive act, that tripartite is our guiding document, and we want to know more about it. And it does identify the board of directors, you know, how they're appointed or how it's supposed to be. It identifies reporting, how you're supposed to report. MSS is actually supposed to report to the nation, is what we found out too, because it's an agreement, right, between the three of us. So we're still learning. There's so many different areas in the agency, and I just want to update that so everyone is aware. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. To add on as well in regards to when Edward was a chief, there was voting on how you got into committees and boards. And I think the governance in the MLCFA, the manual there, if you look at it, it's stated in there that board members were to be appointed. And Dawn is right now how it is processed with they do a call out and people send in their letters of intent. And I think, and for the building down, the camp down here in Little Red, we are speaking with some resources to rent a facility or to take it over. So it's going to be used. We're just trying to finalize everything. And we're hoping that that area starts taking up space for our activities that happen in a community. So I think that's it.
Okay, just one more question, going back to the two councilors' comments. So there's a call out, and who approves that call out? Is the chief of council that appoints the board members?
Yes.
You're saying yes, and one's shaking their head no. So
We've been using, we have a process using our human resources, and we've asked them to put out a call out if anybody is interested in Child and Family Agency or other boards or other even committees. We ask for people to submit their names, and those names are reviewed. And some people have experience in those areas and others don't. So there is a process that's followed, and it's reviewed, and they're appointed by the process that's chief and council. Carol, you want to say something or no?
No, sorry.
I guess just for my clarity, so there's an opening for Little Red board member. And there's a process where you send out a letter when everybody's interested, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be up to the two leaders in Little Red to say, look, we want Sherry Ann as our board member now.
Yep.
Is that right? To the leadership.
I'm sorry for the mix-up. So the board is the authority, right? It's just like we don't appoint. The board does their due diligence within their structure. So when somebody applies for a board seat, the board members are the ones that choose that person, I guess, to sit on the board. Yeah.
And that's why I like clarity going back to Chief Cloud here. Going back to when I said I screwed that up, prior to me becoming chief, board members were appointed by chief and council. Now you're telling me it's the board that decides who becomes their board member. Isn't that a conflict? Because if I don't want you on the board, I sure as hell ain't going to vote for you as a board member, right?
Yeah.
So that means that it's like, why bother? Because you're going to pick whoever they like, right? And that decision should be left to chief and council. But prior to me fucking it up, pardon my French, but I screwed that up. Prior to me, board members were put names of Sharia, Little Red would say, council, that would say, Little Red, you want to appoint them that, then that's who was appointed to the board. But now that's changed. I don't know if that something we can be clarity on that. We'll come back.
just want to tell the Edward that I sit on the board for a long time. And the way the board picks board directors, the name comes in, nobody applies. That's the thing we're having problems with the board. We interview them, but they're not interested. They don't want to be board members. There's lots of young people that can apply for that job. Sitting on the board is not easy, but I know. I read a paper that said that the board directors are, they say who they pick. And I'm sure that we can work this thing out. If you want new board members, we're sure to put them there. Edward, thank you.
In answering your question directly, you are right in the current, in the governance document. In the governance document that was existing, maybe in your time, which has been there up until I believe last year, it was like that, but over the past 6 to 7 years that I've been with the agency, some of that has changed internally. How it got changed, I don't know. And we are in the process of revamping. The governance document is a new version of the governance document is on the table right now for review. We've done some work on it and it's continuing to be updated with today's language. So I am not sure exactly what is in there today, if they're going back to the one you know it, which was originally in the governance document, to how it got changed today. So I hope that answers some clarity there.
Okay, so if that's going to be changed, who approved that? Is that going to be chief of council, or going to be the board themselves?
Definitely has to, after the board has reviewed it, the next step is to go to chief and council, go through line by line that document, and they will give their approval to the governance document. Correct.
So you're saying chief of the leadership will be the okay as far as the governance?
For the governance, yes.
So there's no, they disagree, can the board override the leadership that are in place?
That's a good question.
They're making their own rules, right? Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that, okay, here's chief of council, here's our policy, either like it or don't like it, and if they don't like it, what do they do? We can go back, correct my mistake, I'll admit I'm the one that fuckered that up, but we can go back, give some of that power back to the leadership. Because right now it sounds like the board are approving themselves. And if I don't like it, if you as a board member, I'm not going to approve it.
I'll try and answer. I'm not a lawyer, but I work with lawyers, so I kind of understand how some of your questions. So typically, how boards are appointed in separate corporations is you need to have bylaws. So when the CFA was created, bylaws would have been set, and that's bylaws would dictate. So I don't work directly with the CFA here, our firm does, but if you get a copy of the bylaws, it should say to change those bylaws. They need to get it ratified by the member, which in this case, I'm assuming chief of council is considered the member because they're elected. So that's the only way that the bylaws could change and how you could appoint any of the directors. So if that's something involved, then we probably need to look into that. The board appointing the next board members, when the CFA, all these agencies were created like 20-ish years ago, that was how IS was directing everyone to do it. Some CFA agencies have evolved that and changed their bylaws to something that they think is more fair than the board and all that. So I think the question back then and the homework would be get a copy of those bylaws with the lawyer, see where those bylaws are at, and then you would have clarity on how the process should be.
All right, Linda's been standing here for 15 minutes already, so we'll get to Linda's presentation.
Linda's on the clock.
All right, I'm going to be quick. I see them. I see the lunch is going to be prepared soon. So my name is Linda Olson. I'm a claims helper for the First Nations Child and Family Services in Jordan's Principal Settlement. I'm an in-community claims helper, so I go out to communities and I help people fill out their claim forms and I do presentations. So March 10th, the first 2 classes opened, and that was for the Removed Child class and the Removed Child Family class. And so right now the Removed Child class are children that were under the age of majority, which is 18 in Saskatchewan, and they were removed from their homes between April 1st, 1991 to March 31st, 2022 by child welfare authorities. They also, the removal from home happened while the child or their caregiving parent or caregiving grandparents were ordinarily resident on reserve or living in the Yukon, and the placement was funded by Indigenous Service Canada. The other class that's open is the Removed Child Family class, and the caregiving parent and caregiving grandparents of the removed child are the biological or adoptive parents, biological or adoptive grandparents or step-parents who are First Nations, and lived with, assumed, and exercised parental responsibilities over the removed child at the time the child was removed, and they were the ones the removed child were first removed from. The child could have been removed a couple times from a family, but it always goes back to that first placement as who will be compensated in the case of that. So the classes open for these 2 classes. There's going to be 7 others opening up probably within the next year or so. So with these ones that are opened, there is a deadline for March 10th of 2028, and that is for the Removed Child Family class. So this one, because children could have been removed in 2022, and so right now they'll be 4 years old. When children, you can be 18 when you start applying for, you will receive your compensation when you're 18, but you can actually start the process when you're 16 in Saskatchewan. So it depends on the province. So there's different ways that you can apply, but the easiest and most accessible way is through the portal. And the portal is found online at fnchildclaims.ca. And so using the online portal is the fastest way to send in a claim form. If you do the paper form, it could take up to 6 weeks. And with the online portal, it could be within a couple of weeks that you can start seeing the process of your application. So besides applying online, you can also do the paper application, and you can submit that through email or fax, or you can mail it in.
Sorry, do we have case managers supporting that process?
Right now, so right now we're online, so we're just giving people, but I will be coming out to the communities. Yeah, because because Deloitte is the administrator and I'm a claims helper. Yeah.
Okay, so you work for Deloitte?
No. I work for a different agency, but we do work with Deloitte. Yeah. Yes, we are a different agency. Deloitte is the administrator, and they're the ones
who make the decisions. Yeah, we don't do decision making, we don't do compensation. Yeah, we just do the applications and we give out the information to the communities. So, but I have set up at the back, I do have applications there, I do have claim forms. But I will be, I think last night Gerald asked me, like how far for scheduling, and so I'm probably looking into March now to come back in February, or maybe last week in February. Is there any other questions?
Take it outside.
Yeah, so I'm over at the back there. If you have any questions, you can come see me. Also, if a family member has passed away, you can apply. There are applications for family members and family the removed child and removed child family class. So both, you can apply for the estate.
Out of respect, there's too much chatter, please. I don't want to cut anybody off, but our presenters are speaking and there's too much chatter and some people can't hear. So please, if you need to talk, maybe step outside or whisper or something, but out of respect for our presenters, please keep the chatter to a minimum. Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Linda? If not, we'll move on. Thank you, Linda. Okay, we're going to do some more door prizes. So.
Check 1, good. All right. Check 1, check.
Bass there, eh?
All right.
A little bit of bass on that one.
Testing. So a couple of our presenters are running late, so I see that we have Jeff Badger, our claims, our legal counsel is running late, and also our Montreal Lake Business Ventures. So Jeff Badger's mom and Shirley's mom is in the hospital, and both Jeff and Shirley had to go to Saskatoon. So Shirley gave me her report, and it's I'll read Shirley's report for Income Support Manager for Montreal Lake Cree Nation Little Red. So Shirley Badger is the manager. We have Tristan Bird is IA assistant. Nora Bird is a file clerk. Natasha Bird is employment and training. Client members as of January 2026, I have 186 clients. All right, that's better. So as I was saying, she says, Shirley says she's got 186 clients, 156 are on direct deposit, and 30 are still receiving checks. Hello? I'm currently working on getting the 30 on direct deposit before the new fiscal year. These clients are struggling with IDs and addictions. I've noticed since clients have been receiving direct that I hardly see any clients, so it's kind of hard to determine what their needs are. My yearly report, I work closely with Val Bird, whom is my supervisor, and I also take a lot of direction from her. We work together great. The program has a few issues with syntax, one being repetitive data entry, which I think is a waste of time when we can be getting a lot more work done. Other than that, the program works fairly well. My workers are good workers, and we try our best to work with each and every client that comes to our door. The program is busy most days. We spend our monthly calendar so that our clients know what our program is doing for the month. Employment and training has been working on programs each month, but it's hard to get clients. It's harder and harder getting clients to show up. I'll be working harder on getting them different strategies to get them to show up. The program, the goals of the program wants to have each and every client taking budgeting classes, life skills, investing, and just work on helping prepare for the agricultural benefits and other monies our band may be getting in the future. To take staff out quarterly for self-care as we deal with so much within the program. Shirley Badger, Income Support Manager. Give Shirley a hand for her report. Miranda, are you ready? Miranda is going to come up here and do a presentation. We've moved Miranda up on the agenda because she's also dealing with a family issue. So we've moved her up so I think she can deal with the issue.
Thank you. I make this short. So we gotta appreciate the family of the late Jordan River Anderson, who was a young Cree boy that had passed at the age of 5 because he was waiting for home-based care that was approved when he was 2, but it never arrived because of a financial dispute between the federal and provincial governments. Jordan's principle was put in place to ensure that a tragedy like this never happens again. So there have been several changes to the services, and we as service providers have been faced with many challenges. There are wait times with the region due to operational changes. These wait times can take weeks to months for a response. So effective immediately, the following items are no longer authorized through social funding and must be submitted to the region for a decision. These are furniture, clothing, winter clothing, school supplies, cleaning supplies, fumigation, extermination services, moving or furniture storage fees, school lunch, breakfast program, or noon hours, supervision fees. These are for most urban schools. Not on reserve, sorry, I should have said that. Birth certificates as well, non-medical transportation costs. The request will be considered on a case-by-case basis for the region. So we as service providers are basically having to make clients wait. It is not in our control. We just help the process for these children to get what they're required and need. So also an existing or previously approved request does not guarantee that a request for new funding will be renewed or approved. Sometimes on these cases, it's a one-time service, and that's pretty much all we can do. I also took some professional development training that helped me a lot with working with families. So there are also other concerns that we as service coordinators addressed with FSIN. Regarding the waiting times to provide essential services for these families. These concerns are unmet needs such as medical and safety. The region must take more accountability for wait times, as well as being held liable for any request that affects the child and family because of the wait time and the delays. So in the new year, we'd like to be able to do another call out to more families in isolated communities, assisting them with applications and the process to be completed for those that have barriers. Also working with other agencies to umbrella services in the community and communities to assist families that have limited access to amenities. This will enable us to provide better services and help families to have more accessibility to better services on reserve and isolated communities. That's everything.
That's good. Anybody have any questions for Miranda? Questions, anybody?
No, that's fine. Thank you so much, Scott Burgess. Thank you so much for the presentation. George's principle is changing huge. How are we going to adjust to the lack of resources that are being eligible for our community to apply to in the near future? And when can our families expect those resources to shrink up?
I think that it depends on what services we have available in our communities. So if there's better services with other agencies that can provide help for these families, I think that's like important. Like we need to work together in order to help get these families the help that they need for these kids, like these children, to get their appointments, get assessments done. And schools and health services can combine together to maybe make it easier, because in isolated communities it's harder for them to get to the city, to make an appointment, to make sure that they can keep those appointments for their children to have that service, because there is limited doctors, pediatricians. So I think if we are able to work all together to get these kids what they need, that's the only way I can see every community benefiting from that.
Any other questions? If not, let's give Miranda a big hand. It's not easy for some people to come up here and speak because they're not used to it, and I commend you for coming up here and doing your presentation. Thank you so much, and we'll move on. I think we are going to eat. I mean, Suna now, Wanda says the food is ready. I've offered tobacco to our elder, and she's going to bless the food, and then we can meet Suna. On the agenda, so Gary Daniels is our CEO for Montreal Lake Business Ventures to come up here and say a few words. And Kimberly wants to give some door prizes. Just a second, you guys. Red ticket 080. $100 Visa 080. Red ticket. Montreal Lake Business Ventures donated this 080. $100 gift card Visa. Going once. Going twice. Outside 080. Okay, we're going to have to draw another one. Zero 074. You got $100 gift card, Visa card. 074. I think we got a winner here. Congratulations. $50 McDonald's gift card 076. It was close to the previous number. 076. Back there. The chief is going to McDonald's. The next number is 014 for a Tim Hortons gift card. Go back where you came from. 4. $50 cards for McDonald's 031. 031. 031. Outside 031. Going once. Going twice. 031. Redraw. Zero 17. 017. Oh, we got a winner over here. All right, now I'm going to turn the mic over to Senator Nolan and also Gary.
Okay, thanks very much. Multinational now that capacity innovative capacity at Mustard MLB oce in gas bottle that still haven't kaya sisi oce kaya baca pada MLB against industry 2009 it was the new MLTV. Well, I have, right now, I have chair Kakatsu, Takuskan, vice chair Irma Igukahapo, and Murdoch. And then stay in
what do you I didn't even see this.
Can we, just excuse me there, Senator, can we keep the chatter down? We're listening to our presenter here, please. Thank you.
Still, my me chief na nagkakita ko kaya nagkakita as work. Because she's na nakakita chip. That's the one she's got a master's business administration degree from Harvard. They're going to go to Western State Regina. They're going to Gordon Wasson. They're going to bank with the Catholic CIBC man we have the Dow. Okay, we want to go to Ralph Wojcik with the university which he would with Bank of Montreal, World Bank of Canada, back in the with the consult. You want me to get that ex-officials Chief Joyce, that we got moving on, Dean Henderson, Jeff Badger, we all had Councillor Vermine to come in moving on. We got Vern Basher, City Gasher. Diego had a consultant for many other bands. He sits as a board member. So this is a team of people we have for MLBV. You see, we go to Nagigpi namin sa kunana at ati. Iwa mi na kaya CEO mi na iwa amuji ko Gary kakihaya. Iwa Steve kaya kiwa na. Iwa kami at sa stagwa na tuki ko o makakita. So kita pinasok na sa naging karon kaya umota kami dito kami.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you all for attending today, Chief Counsel, the elders, everybody that's here. Thank you. Hello, hello. Can you hear me on this one? Just because they got to read. Okay, as the Senator mentioned, my name is Gary Daniels, and I'm the CEO for MLBV, Montreal Lake Business Ventures. They wanted me to do a presentation here of some of the stuff we're working on in the last couple of years. So right off the hop, we're dealing with working on an urgent care center that's supposed to be announced in the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks. The Premier is meeting with some of his ministers. We'll do once that's all through, then we'll do an announcement on an urgent care center. It's going to be located kitty corner from Victoria Hospital. There's a new area there, and there's a Ronald McDonald House is going to be right beside there. I think it's 5 to 6 acres. It's going to be right beside the new Ronald McDonald House. So it's we're going to enter into an agreement with the government and SAHA, Saskatchewan Health Authority. And we're going to do 2 50-year leases over 100 years. And at any time you guys want to ask questions, just put up your hand so I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. So we're going to partner up with Big River First Nation. You might know them as Whitefish, but we're going to partner up with them on this urgent care center. And it's going to be there. We're going to have build the building, and then we're going to lease it out back to the government. So. But in there, we're going to have a diagnostic center where we'll have MRI, X-ray, CAT scans. Then we'll also have an area for dentistry, and we'll have an area for our pharmacy. So we'll have to make deals with technicians, dentists, and pharmacists in order to do all that. But it'll be an all self-contained area, and roughly 60% will be urgent care, and 40% will be mental health. 2 different doorways, so we can deal with a lot of different people. And what they define urgent care is an hour and a half and under. So I know a lot of you guys and a lot of my family go to emergency, and like I live outside of Saskatoon, you can go to emergency for 8 to 12 hours and not even see a doctor. So urgent care will kind of help that out and kind of steamroll everything, so people that are not not as hurt as bad can go there and get that doctor. Like I said, partnership with the Big River First Nation. The chief there is very close with Chief Joyce. She used to teach out there, so that's how the partnership all came about. And the project will cost anywhere from $25 million to $30 million, and that'll be split with Big River. Hopefully we'll start construction in the spring. Another area we're working on is, I know you've heard this one before, is the OSB mill just outside of P8, the pulp mill. It's still in the works, they're still working on it, but right now the things that are hindering it are tariffs and tariffs in the whole economy, worldwide economy. Lumber and everything involved in it, that's really hurting people to invest in it. So like, once it does start, and hopefully we'll get an announcement on that next year, they'll need 150 employees for construction. And same with the urgent care center. Once we know it's a go, we'll be posting a lot of signs for people to come and work in different areas. So we'll make sure all the communities are aware of it. And with the OSB mill, once it gets rolling, they'll need anywhere from 650 to 750 employees. And the pulp mill, it used to be called Warehouse. It was recently sold to a group of Ontario BMI, but one guy has reached out to BMI, and they're all right with leaving the 20-30 acres that the OSB will be built on. So they're good with that. So, but like I said, tariffs and the economy are really hurting this project right now. Waskesiu update, almost 4 years ago, a plot of land was bought just under an acre. It's been going back and forth between the town office at Waskesiu, the people that sold the land, and then with us. So hopefully that's going to be resolved here in the next month and a half, because the PA office, their lawyers are based out of Ottawa, so now they've been getting involved, and they've been sending letters to the people that sold the land to MLBB. So that hopefully that'll be resolved here in the next 2 months, I hope. No questions yet?
Yeah.
Yep.
The feds announced the Buy Canadian program in regards to lumber, steel, rare minerals.
Yep.
Is that on our radar at MLBB? And what does that look like for it being on the radar? And what are we doing to take advantage of those opportunities there? With our own organization?
Yep.
Or are we branching out with partnerships so we can maximize our opportunities?
Yeah, and we're not sure how it pertains to us. Like, we have somebody looking into it, but because we're the leasee and we lease out all our lumber to Carrier Lumber on Prince George, so they might be able to apply for that to help them out, because they're the ones with all the risk. We still get our monthly paycheck for them. It hasn't changed in any way. So, but we're working with them to see who can actually apply, because they might need the First Nation to apply. So that's in the works. When the announcement came out, we looked at that right away to try and see if there's any way we can tap into that. So that's just on the lumber side. That's like on the steel side, we're not doing anything there anymore.
And you referenced Waskesiu Water.
Yep.
What are our plans to do with that plot? Are we opening up a business? Are we opening up a resource center? Cultural center? How are we going to tap into some of those opportunities there?
Yeah, and there's a wide array of possibilities there, and once it's subdivided, we actually have our name on the ownership papers, then MLBB as a board will go through and we'll have a couple of meetings and we'll figure out what we want to do, and probably involve the community to see what opportunities we'd like to see in there. But right now we can't do anything, and it'd be a waste to spend money to get ready for it, because we don't know what's going to go on between the lawyers. But once we do, there will be planning sessions, and we'll try to figure out exactly, because it's just under an acre. And just under an acre is not very big, so it's tough to put a lot of different things, but right next to it, there's those high-end, not apartments, condos. That might be an idea there, because those rent out for $2,400 a month, and I think there's 8 to 12 of them, so that's a pretty good revenue stream, but just to build that building, you know, so that might be an opportunity, but the board will come up with something. I'll work with the board, and like I said, probably involve the community and see what we come up with on that end.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. The other thing we're working on, there's a Sask Forestry Products Mill, which is a lumber mill in Saskatchewan. I'm not allowed to say the name, but they're looking for somebody to buy into it, and they've approached us, whether it be 30, 50, 70%, but they really need First Nations on the board to try and help them combat the tariff issues. So that's one of the things we're looking into. Our website has been redesigned. We got it redesigned by 2Web, and they're out of Saskatoon. They've done some work with the band before. So now 2Web is the same kind of thing. They've reached out and asked to be partnered because they'd like to tackle a lot of government contracts, and they know they need First Nation content, so they're reaching out to us to buy into 2Web. They're a pretty established company, but they just reached out before Christmas, so and a lot of companies in Saskatchewan now, they realize that they need First Nation as an ownership group in order to tackle anything through the government. This one is LRRR Wild Rice. Montreal Lake First Nation owns 5 shares. I've been asked to sit on the board for the band. There's really not much going there. We had one meeting, it was like 20 minutes. So now they've hired a guy from Kitsaki, and he's kind of oversees the retweaking and everything like that. So hopefully the next meeting we'll have a little more on that. But, this is a business that we only own 5 shares, and it just hasn't made any money in probably the last 10 years. And I know one of the other shareholders, and how it all happened is the government gifted quite a few Northern Band shares, anywhere from 5 to 12 shares, I believe. So one of the bands actually looked if you could get a buyout, and all their people that wanted to buy the company were offering was $1,650 per share, which is very undervalued. So everybody just kept their shares, and hopefully we can get it going in the right way. Retail store. Roger Bird is our interim GM for a while here, and Sheila Bear and Francis are the supervisors. We've had our ups and downs in the past year. We did renew our old general manager's option to renew her contract, so we knew we'd have some work and like some issues going forward. But the team has really grown, and we've updated our HR manual policies for OH&S, labor laws, and a wide array of updated policies. So we're working on that. Roger's been doing a great job, so he'll be in there for a little longer. And he's also a store board member, and he's an MLGB. Roger's update, this was the band asked me to kind of work on this. Rogers wants to put a tower up on Montreal Lake Reserve land. So they negotiated a package, the chief and council had signed off. So now they'll come in the spring, and what they're going to do is set up a tower for Rogers Media. And they're setting up 4 towers. We'll be the most southern, so it'll be us, Reacquin, Larange, and Grandmother's Bay, I believe. So they're having 4, they're trying to tackle the northern corridor. So it's just a competition for SaskTel. So if you want to get into a Roger phone wants it up. So they're going to give us an annual lease payment for 5 years, and then we renegotiate after 5 years. And they're going to involve us in the construction again. If they need construction people, we'll be posting again. And after the tower is erected, then we'll have services that the band will provide, like snow removal and anything that to do around the area to keep it clean, keep it so we can get in there.
Clarity.
Yeah.
Don't talk about you said Rogers. Is that Rogers? You're talking about Rogers.
Yeah, no, two different Rogers. Yeah. Rogers Media, the big one. Yeah. we see on TV every night during Montreal. So they're building towers in Saskatchewan, and they're a competition for Saskatchewan. So hopefully that the price of phones and the price of the plans will go down once they get in Saskatchewan. Now, in the last 2 days assemblies, with all the shaking hands, I think I caught some of my throat's a little scratchy. So now SaskTel they've had a tower on Montreal Lake for, I know, 20 plus years. They've heard the deal we've struck with Rogers, so now they want to renegotiate their lease and everything with the band. So they reached out just before Christmas, so we'll meet with the CEO there and see what we can come up, because they're way undervalued for what we signed for Rogers is like night and day. So hopefully we can get a little more money towards the band. There's a petroleum company, I can't say the name again. They're in Saskatchewan. They service a lot of bands in Saskatchewan. They're in all the potash company mines, and they're in the uranium mines. They're also into Manitoba and Western Ontario. So it's a pretty big fuel distribution company. And so they're looking for somebody to buy 30, 50, 70%, because they want First Nation inclusion as well. So we're looking into that, but this one's a big ticket price item, so we're trying to find a creative way to get in there. You want to go to the bathroom, or?
Another question.
Yeah.
There's been some issues regarding resort fees and having to pay a higher price for the internet, power, energy, until they carry it. I know there's some, currently some agreements in place that are really highly valued, and you have to wait a couple years to get oil.
And that they can address it. You got my email, send me a list of all the things I deal with the park guys. Sometimes they're easy to get a hold of, but sometimes they walk in, they'll see you, so I can bring up and address that too. So the distribution company, the gas company, like I said, they're well established in Saskatchewan. They've been at it a long time, and they're a huge player in Saskatchewan, and they've got a lot of good contracts. So looking into that. At the town house, we did a feasibility study, and we're going to actually try and build something on there. But the MLDB board had rejected the feasibility study. So now we're looking with the band to do something to go through the ATR process, in addition to reserve, somewhere closer to the reserve on the main highway somewhere. Get about 5-10 acres. There, build another gas station. Come on in, lots of seats. There's still some back there. Okay, and then we've also looked at LG gas station and Northside gas station there to see if we could buy them out.
All these young kids coming in from the school, make sure you see one, or make sure you get a ticket from Kimberly. We'll be drawing some prizes, and there's also a draw for Oiler tickets that will be drawn tomorrow after the assembly in Montreal Lake. So make sure you see Kimberly, get your ticket, and find a place to sit down.
Which game are the tickets for?
Got tickets.
I'm just going to add that it's really nice to see young people coming to the meeting and listening to the community meeting. It's really nice to see. Thanks for coming, you guys.
Yes, thank you. So we've been asked to take a look at LT's gas station on the road in Cree and north side, just down the road here. We've been asked to take a look. The issue with both of them is remediation. All remediation is the cleanup. You have to dig into the ground. And I know LT's was roughly about 400,000 to 500,000, almost $500,000. And that's just early estimates. So you need to do that before a bank will even give you a loan to buy anything like that. So, and I know we reached out to Northside. Northside's got some other stuff they're willing to sell, but they want to hold on because they have a big family, and when the dad died, they have to disperse everything through the court, so they're not sure how to do it. But with the gas station, they have to do a remediation, and they said too, theirs is about 350, that's early estimates. But they want to do all of that because they know to sell to First Nation, they have to have it all cleaned up. And then they have an approach that's, you have to be 100 yards off the road. You guys all know where the approach is there when you turn it. It's only 10, 15 yards. So they have to take that approach out and move it back by their bulk fuel there. So that's a couple of things they have to do in order before they can even sell it. The Saskatchewan government, they do a yearly work plan, and this has been ongoing for a while, and it goes on to, like, I believe, 2030. So we sent a report to Chris Lawton of all what we're doing and how we're spending everything, and then they give us $400,000 a year, and the majority, well, half of that goes back to the band for training and different training stuff like for the band. So that's we do that every year. We get 2 meetings per year. Manitoba Mucklucks, we own roughly 7.5% of that company. I think I told you guys last year. The original owner was in, used to be out of Winnipeg. He sold it outright to a group out of Los Angeles. So they own it in Los Angeles. So it's been a tough year for the shoe company, but not only them, a lot of shoe companies are really having trouble with the tariffs and with the economy in the U.S. and Canada. Hopefully things will pick up on that end. Sigawa Ski, we sit on the board there for, they kind of handle all the forced allotment groups for us. And right now they're really working hard because of all the wildfires, forest fires we had going on here. So they have to redraw a lot of different plants for the harvest season. So we're just kind of waiting on plans for that. This one leads back to the OSP. We've been meeting with SIT and Sask Polytechnic in order for them to develop training for people that can get into the OSP build once it's going. So once we get an announcement, we'll be working with SIT and we'll be sending out stuff for people if they want to take training at SIT or Sask Polytechnic. Kitsaki, they purchased a software called Plato. And what it is testing and technology services provider. And they have an intake of about 30 to 40 people. And it's right across the casino. And then a lot of these people go for about 4 months. They get a certificate, and then they go on to work for bigger companies. Like I know some of them went on to work for Bell. But it's the kind of thing where if you have a laptop, they set you up. You can work from home or you can work from the beach in Hawaii or Mexico. Like, you do everything on a laptop. It's a pretty good training, and they do it right in PA, right across the casino. So that's handled by Kitsaki. They've asked us to buy into that, so we're still looking at that. So, any questions?
Yeah, that job in Hawaii, can I apply for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Be my assistant. Yes, Hawaii goes now, very nice. Another one we've been asked to kind of try and invest in is the Bell Plain refinery. And what they're going to do is they're going to construct the clean fuels refinery in Bell Plain, Sask, and that's about a half hour west of Montreal. So what they're going to do is they're going to produce about 30,000 barrels per day of processed light sweet crude. Sourced primarily from the Dauphin, which is Estevan area, and straight down into North Dakota. It's one of the biggest ones. And then the Viking formations, which is just along the Alberta border. So this is just, the price tag for this project is $427 million. But they've asked a bunch of First Nations to see if they would like to invest into this, and then they're going to create a lot of jobs and everything, but it's just something that they've asked, like I said, asked a lot of First Nations to get involved. So we're just kind of kicking the tires and see how it makes sense for us to do anything on that. The next one is Kakawistahau. They have 40 acres right by the airport, and they're going to be building a lot. They've built FSIN buildings there right now. They have a gas station. They're building a phase 2 with another building exactly like the FSIN building and for office space. And they've got another couple of bays right by the gas station. So they're going to be doing a lot of development. They're doing possibly a hotel in there, and possibly 2 or 3 arenas built all together, just kind of like Regina or I don't know. But there's going to have 3 arenas in there with the hotel. So they're looking for partners because they have money, but they like to involve other First Nations. And I know a few of the councils there. They've asked me if we'd be involved. And I said, just keep us and let us know what's going on. If we can jump in there and do something, then we'd be absolutely. So they're, like I said, they're right by the airport in Saskatoon, Kakawistahau gas. They have 40 acres. Our investment policy, we completed April of 2024, and our strategic plan we completed April of 2024. And currently we're going through a process with Steel River Investments out of Calgary, and what they're doing is they're going through a strategy track. We met with the board and we met with Steel River. What they're doing is going to try and give us our top 3-5 areas that we should be focusing on. They're experts in this area, so that's what they're going to do. And hopefully by the end of January, early February, we'll have something, and we'll have a list, and we can go from there, like kind of our roadmap. But we know urgent care is probably number 1, and hopefully in the next 6 to 8 weeks that's going to be announced. Like I said, Premier Mo's meeting with his ministers, we've been in talks with them, and Big River is actually the ones that pulled us in, and they're pretty close with Premier Mo as well. Any questions? And I brought $300 gift cards and a backpack and some vests, and I didn't take a ticket either. Go ahead.
Thank you for your report, Gary. I was just looking at you. I don't know. I remember who it is. You're a manager at one of the casinos way back in the day, right?
Yes, I was with SIGA for 21 years. I was started out in Yorkton. I was the assistant GM, and then I went to Dakota Dunes, and they were building it right from scratch. So I was part of the whole construction team, and I was there for 18 years.
Just regarding on north side, remember, we used to talk to Lori back in the day, and I always talked to the LRRRs and Peter Valentine. We all thought I was crazy, but if we had PLE, turn that to reserve, that would be a gold mine.
Absolutely.
Nobody, we don't have that. And even the one at LP's, the one by the Waskishu Park.
Yeah.
I mentioned that at one time. I mentioned that to Lori, and people thought I was crazy. Now it's making money. I don't know about the Orient. The present owners are making. I almost got raised. I almost said racial company.
Yeah.
But also, I'm glad that I think one of the best things we did as leaders, my time was doing the Montreal business venture back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's revolving and getting bigger and bigger. You know, I'm saying the board that's there now, the board that was running in the past, and also the leadership to continue on looking at future investments for the community. Yeah. It's too bad about Manitoba Pump Labs. That was a good investment. Now it's being operated by, is it a U.S. company?
It's a U.S. company. They have like 16 to 18 companies, and that's what they do. They have CEOs for every different division, and clothing companies, just different companies. So and they have their central office or their main office out of Los Angeles, one in Seattle and one in Portland. So sometimes you got to go down there for board meetings. But yeah, there's.
My question to that is, what did you say about them regarding you look at it as buying them out or investing in them? I know they own it, but what are their features regarding Manitoba mufflers?
Well, the company that owns it now, what their track record is they buy a company like Manitoba Mucklucks, they build it up so it's worth a lot more, and then they sell it to somebody else. But right now, they're kind of straight line, and there's no way they can sell it till they get it going. Like their CEO is, she has her MBA out of Harvard. She worked for Under Armour, she worked for Nike and Adidas, so she has all this expertise, but it's just, they're just trying to get everything straightened out right now. Even their CFO has a Harvard MBA, so they're all educated guys, and if you're going to have people driving your car, those are the ones you want to get back on the road. Okay. Just a funny story about LTs. I pulled in there a couple of years ago and they had a lot of wasps and black flies. And the old owner come up, the old Korean guy, and he had a bees, the helmets he worked with bees and all the netting and everything. And he served me, I said, are you working with bees? He said, no. He said, the black flies are too bad. So when he was dressed like a beekeeper and he was cashing me out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Kimberly's on her way up here, so we're going to make more draws before our next presenter. So I'm going to ask Dawn to come up here. We'll get her presentation ready, and she'll give us an update on all our claims.
Legal counsel for the nation, and I've been asked to
come out today. This is day 3 of these presentations. Folks are a little tired, so bear with us. But I've been asked to come out and share with you an update on the claims that the nation has been working on, with a particular focus on cows and plows. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Okay. So as promised, we'll start off with the agricultural benefits claim. Folks in the room might know that claim to be cows and plows. That's what most people call it. Just for the benefit of especially the young people in the room, I just want to explain a little bit about what this claim is about. You know, when your nation had signed Treaty 6, you know, you adhered to Treaty 6, you were promised certain things as part of that treaty. And one of those promises is certain agricultural benefits. So we're literally talking about, you know, things like farming tools, livestock, seeds for planting things, I listed agricultural supports here, but I'm talking about things like farming instruction. You know what, your people, according to your history, you didn't want to transition solely to an agricultural way of life. You wanted to supplement your way of life with agriculture on an as-needed basis. So what our research found is that Canada did not provide all of these benefits that you were promised when they were, you know, you were supposed to be provided with these implements when you signed treaty and you moved on to your reserve. And that didn't happen. And in some cases, when it did happen, it didn't happen when it was supposed to. For example, you know, there's evidence that they provided seed in September or October. Like, what are you going to do with that, right, in the fall time? And so we call those broken promises. And so we filed a claim with Canada, and the claim basically seeks fair compensation for the membership for not honoring your treaty. Just a little bit of an update about where things stand with this claim. So we had to, in the past, I came to assemblies and I explained about a little bit about the process in filing a claim. You know, you have to do a bunch of research. You have to do a legal submission, you have to file that with Canada, and then typically you wait up to 3 years to hear an answer back from Canada. Canada will say, okay, they'll either say, yes, you have a valid claim, do you want to negotiate a settlement? Or they'll say, we don't think you have a valid claim, or there's something else wrong with your claim, and at which point you're going to have to decide what to do at that point. In December of 2024, we finally got that letter that we were waiting for from Canada. And that letter said, you have a valid claim, we'd like to sit down and negotiate a settlement. And your chief and council agreed to do that. They signed the BCR to enter that negotiation process. A lead negotiator was assigned to the file. Irma Murdoch was assigned as your lead negotiator. She is a member of your nation. And we had held our first and only negotiation session with Canada in February of 2025. And at this time, we learned certain things. We had learned you know, that Canada wanted to proceed with this claim on an accelerated basis, which means it's going to be sped up. So instead of waiting up to 3 years to finalize, they told us it would take 6 to 8 months under this accelerated process. And then the election happened, the federal election. According to Canada and their rules, there's something called the Caretaker Convention. And this Caretaker Convention prevents Canada from doing anything substantial during the election period. The same thing happens with your nation. When nominations happen, your leadership kind of doesn't act for that 2-week period. It's similar to that, but on a longer scale. So we waited, and then when the election was over, we contacted Canada and said, when are we going to resume negotiations? And to this day, we haven't received a straight answer on that. They keep telling us, we can't give you a firm start date again, but it's coming. Don't worry, it's coming.
Are we the only band that's having this problem?
No, you are not. And that was one thing that we canvassed Canada about. And you may see your neighbors and other communities who have recently received cows and plows settlements. So you're wondering, well, why not us? And what we've been told, just one second, I'll just finish my thought and then I'll get to your question. We have been told that those nations were significantly farther ahead than Montreal Lake and some of the other communities that were on the same timeline. And so, they had done things like hold their vote, and it was just a matter of signing that agreement and releasing the funds. But Montreal Lake had just started negotiations, and we weren't that far ahead in the process.
When will we see something?
That's what we're working on. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but before I do, I'd like to get to Edward's question here.
Thank you. I guess my question is, what effect with the government being a minority government right now, how will that affect our negotiations? Because the elections can be called at any time. So I don't know what the process will be. Heaven forbid if the PCs win, it's pretty well listed. So
Yeah.
I wonder if that's one of the processes that's stalling the negotiations, them being a minority government, does it affect our negotiations at all?
I mean, that's a good point. We did think about that back when, the election was all finished. At this point, we're just guessing what the problem could be. Because we're talking about, okay, we have a minority government, so their hands are tied in some respects. We were told we're gonna wait for the budget to be released before we start negotiating. That was also something else that we've heard. Now we're hearing that the federal government is making significant cuts. They're laying off a lot of federal workers. They're making cuts in various departments. They're trying to do things to save money. And they say it has a lot to do with what's happening south of the border with Trump, with the tariffs, with all that uncertainty that's happening in the south. But one thing that we've asked, and I'm going to get to this in a second, we've specifically asked Canada to explain to us the reason for the delay, and we're still waiting for a response. I just want to talk about some of the actions that we've taken to try to get this back on track. Because it's important that we're not just sitting here waiting for Canada to come to us. We've actually been doing things in the background. One of the things that we've been doing is we've had various letters written to the minister to basically ask for a resumption of these negotiations. Is there a question at the back?
On the Canada website, it states that we should have got our cows and plows back in 2015. So why is it still taking so long to hear an answer back from them?
On what government website?
On Canada's website, canada.ca, you can find all the information about the cows and plows on there. And it states that we should have got it back in 2015, but there were squatters on the nation.
But there's what, sorry, on the nation?
Squatters.
Connected.
It states on that website. It shows a timeline from when Montreal Lake first applied.
Yeah.
And it states in 2015 that we should have got it,
can tell you that the band did not file this claim in 2015. I filed this claim. You're probably referring to another claim that I don't have any involvement in. What's that website you're talking about? I'm actually going to spend some time talking about that later on, because people need to know that you can actually go to this website and search up a lot of what I'm talking about. So I will get to that. So this claim was filed by myself, and we had that negotiation session. Things have not resumed. We've written to Canada numerous times to try to get this back on track. What is that noise? Am I hearing things? Our lead negotiator has reached out to folks over at Specific Claims as well as Canada's negotiator to try to get some answers as well. She hasn't gotten very far on that either.
Oh. It's the other speaker.
Disconnected.
They got 3 different mics.
Oh, there we go.
Your speakers out of doing that.
There's 3 different systems.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. It sounds like Bluetooth something, right? Yeah. Most recently, the Chief in Council had asked me to send a formal legal notice to Canada because they've done all that they feel that they've put to date to try to get this back on track. They've actually traveled to Ottawa on numerous occasions as well and met with various ministers. And they keep being promised that this thing will move, but they can't give us a firm start date. So this legal notice basically says to Canada, look, we signed this negotiation protocol to enter into these negotiations in good faith, and you are failing to do your part. And it's bordering on bad faith negotiations. And we've basically given them notice that if they don't come back to the table and come back to the table with some answers, that we have to seriously consider next steps here. And some of those next steps might include withdrawing from these negotiations and dealing directly with a specific claims tribunal to seek a validation of the claim and to seek compensation that way. They operate much like a court. Another option is to opt into litigation. You know, litigation, sometimes we hope never to go there because it takes a long, long time and it's expensive and it's complex and there's hurdles you have to get over even before you get to court. And so it doesn't mean that it's not a possibility, like it is still an option, but if things don't get back on track, your chief and council are going to start looking at those other options. We also have people besides the chief and council that are working behind the scenes on our behalf to try to reach out to these ministers, to try to get some answers and get this moving again. Just a couple photos to share with you of your leadership. Some of these meetings with the ministers that I'm talking about. There are many more photos, but I just wanted to share a couple. Minister Ulti, they met with numerous times as well. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the impact that these delays are having on you, the membership. You know, I say I like to use humor sometimes in my presentations. Yes?
Which other band is going through
we're going Thursday.
One of my other clients in another treaty area who started negotiations at the same time is also going through the same thing. And there are also, we're told by specific claims, that there are other bands that are in the same timeline that are also on hold. And it's just cows and plows. Other claims are seemingly moving.
They're in different provinces, so it's not in Saskatchewan area,
Which
all the bands around.
they're all over. Yeah, it's not just Saskatchewan, and trust me when I say it's not just Montreal Lakes. What we've asked Canada to do is send us an updated letter. And in that letter, we want them to tell us specifically that it's not just Montreal Lake, that there are other bands that are waiting. I think in the last couple days, the auditors spoke about this.
What are we? Are we Little Red Band? Are we a Little Red Band? Or are we Montreal Lake? What are we? Montreal Lake?
You are Montreal Lake. You are not a separate band.
Feels like it's separated.
I mean, that's a discussion for another day, but according to IST, you are one band. So let's talk about these, the impact of these delays. And trust me when I say we've shared a lot of these concerns with Canada over and over. The first thing being, if this money was paid out to your nation, you guys would have had the benefit of that, to do with it what you may, which might include sinking it into economic opportunities, investing it, growing it, you know, doing things with it based on your priorities, and you're not able to do that. And on an individual level, people have been waiting for this money. You guys aren't able to utilize it and make plans with it too. The uncertainty that this is causing, you know, we have about 8 claims on the go for the band right now. You know, it makes you wonder, is Canada going to be pulling, you know, these types of things for our other claims as well? It's causing uncertainty. You guys are frustrated. I mean, the leadership get questions all the time. When are we getting cows and plows? You know, and everybody's feeling frustrated at this point. Not everyone else, but a good deal of them that started well before us. I want to talk about that for a second, because it's you know, the sentiment in the room seems to be that this is a Montreal Lake issue, but it's not.
No one told Little Red about this meeting. No one told anything. So also that there's more Montreal people than there's Little Red. No one told Little Red about this meeting. Posted for a month.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in charge of the postings. I mean, I can't speak to that, and I'd like to stay on track here. But, you know, another negative consequence of waiting here is that elders are passing away. And let's be honest, it's mainly the elders that were supposed to realize the benefit of this settlement. And some of them have not lived to see a settlement. And that's a problem.
She'll answer.
And we keep communicating these things to Canada. So let's talk a little.
Sorry, Dawn, there's a question online here. There's people online, and one of the questions, has or will the Minister of Canada respond, and what is the estimate final number? That's the question from a person online.
Okay. So we, when we sent out the legal letter, Canada's lawyer sent us a very brief email saying, I'm sorry, I know you're frustrated, we don't have a return date. for resuming negotiations. We said that's not good enough. We want a formal response, we want it in writing, and we want to know the reason for the delay. And so, while we don't have a timeline when we'll get that response, you know, we're definitely going to be following up here within the next 2 weeks. In terms of this estimate that we're wondering about, when we met with Canada back in February 2025, we had learned that Canada had a preliminary estimate as to what they thought the claim would be worth. That, just to be clear, that was not an offer. There's still a lot of work to be done. We learned from them the formula that they use to come up with those numbers. Just for your benefit, we're talking about Canada conducting a study, and in that study they say this is literally what a cow and a plow, seeds, all of these farming implements are worth historically, and then they bring that up to today's numbers, and then they multiply that by your population. But they don't just multiply it by your current modern day population. They have a formula there too. They use 2/3 modern population and 1/3 historic population. And they said that this claim is probably worth somewhere in the neighborhood of over just over 200 million. And that's the last that we heard. Of course, we're not just going to accept the first thing that they throw at us. That's all part of negotiation, but that's the last thing that we heard. Not a formal offer, an estimate.
Quick question. The formula that's being used, is that the same as everybody else?
Yes, with the exception of Treaty 8. They had a different formula. But for 5, 6, 7, they're all using the same formula.
Here's just one comment before I have to leave, but I wish the negotiating hopefully there's a federal election prior to this being settled, and also hopefully there have been probably an election in our time before even negotiations going on First Nation elections.
Another question at the back?
Heading out?
Council are expecting to receive.
I mean, that's basically what I just went through with the over 200 million. That was the last expected estimate, but we're expecting that number to be higher. And just to be clear, it's not what the chief and council are going to receive, right? We're talking about something that's paid collectively to the nation as a whole. Sometimes those words can get us in trouble, right? I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the positive things about having to wait. You might not see it that way, you know, you're like, release the cows and plows, right? I mean, I understand that. But at the same time, this is complex. It's a complex thing, and we have to plan for it properly. So, what you should know is that your chief and council had appointed an agricultural benefits planning committee. We call them the Cows and Plows Committee. And this committee has been working in the background with the chief and council to meet with your trustees. The trustees are the folks that are going to be tasked with receiving the settlement monies when they come in. They're tasked with safeguarding that money and following the rules that we put in place. So part of that planning, and it's a lot of work, you know, part of that planning is to go through a series of questions to come up with a document called a trust agreement that you guys will vote on. You guys, when it comes time to vote, you'll be voting on the settlement agreement we get from Canada and the trust agreement, which speaks to what you're going to do with the money and all the rules in relation to that. So we've been meeting with FNB Trust, and these guys are a division of First Nations Bank. So they're federally regulated, they're insured. Reviewed, they came in at the lowest in terms of cost. And their trust division is 100% Indigenous. And that was really important to the Chief and Council. These are our people, and that matters. So what we intend to do is, once we do some of that preliminary work, we want to come out to the communities, all of the sectors. We've been meeting with in four different places, right? And we're going to be bringing a lot of this information to you to consider, to give us some input, to tell us if we're on the right track or not. And that will include things like how much money each person should get. Those types of questions haven't been determined. There are, your chief and council want to be able, and your planning committee want to be able to come to you to ask you what you think. So at some point, we're going to be doing that. I explained at PA in Saskatoon that part of the issue for us right now is because negotiations haven't resumed, we don't know if it's a good idea to start meeting with you guys to be getting more into the weeds with these things without knowing just whether we're going to be settling this thing anytime soon. We don't want to get your hopes up, we don't want to get you overly excited and then we have to wait another year or something, right? So that's what the issue is right now. That's why we haven't started to come to you with all of these questions yet, but we will. Before I get into a brief discussion on the other claims, just know that we're still working on this. We're still trying to move this forward. No monies have been paid to the nation. I do see some of the comments that float around on social media, thinking that these monies have already flowed to the nation and they're just not telling you guys. That just cannot happen. I've settled these types of claims before for other nations, and I can tell you that no monies will be paid to the nation without things happening first, which includes a ratification vote. You guys have to vote yes or no, whether you want this settlement or not. You guys will have to vote yes or no to this trust agreement that I'm talking about, that spells out all the rules about the money. And if you guys vote yes, that gives your chief and council permission to sign the settlement documents. Then we send that all to Canada. Canada will sign those documents. Then Plows recently, they already went through those steps, and it was just a matter of Canada releasing that money and signing a settlement agreement. So no money will be released without that vote, without your... That's how Canada does these claims, and that's how they settle these claims. Before I move on, any other questions about cows and plows?
Check one. Thank you. I'll just wait for the camera to zoom in. Hey. Thank you for the presentation. certainly appreciate your time and efforts on this important historic case that's being discussed. I sure like how the mood changes when these young ones come in the room. Was there a partial payment recognized in these initial discussions by the federal government? I have a few questions, so should I give them all to you or just kind of go away one by one?
Let's do them one by one.
Sure. Partial payment. What does that look like? Is that attached to this number of 200 plus?
Partial payments, you mean like some sort of, like some communities actually release a few bucks before the settlement money's coming? Is that what you're talking about?
No. The federal government in some cases with some First Nations have recognized a partial payment has already been given to the First Nations with regards to the agricultural benefits. Do we have partial payment recognized in the original agreement?
Okay, so the question surrounds, is Canada going to deduct from the settlement for things that the band may have already received? They can do that. And in fact, for some other nations, they have done that. They've deducted, but they're not doing that for Montreal Lake, and all indications are that, you know, they're not going to do that here. What they might deduct for, though, is, and I think that this has been reflected in their estimate, is because specific claims, their policy states that settlements aren't supposed to be over $150 million. That's a federal specific claims policy. So of course, with a large population, you guys are going to be well over that. So they're trying to deduct a portion of the claim, which right now is looking like about 10%, because of that. But again, we're still over that 200 million mark. They've already gone and kind of considered that, and they have done that for other bands that have the large populations like LRRR, like Peter Ball. Nobody's immune from that.
Thank you. Put a lot of pressure on our committee and our leadership, and moving ahead together as one is vitally important with the progress of these transparent measures that are so important to ensure that are abided by. Is there a draft that membership can review now that the committee has recognized or has been working on to support those transparency measures that are so important? Because like you said, the social media and the Casa Plaza is a nightmare.
So what the committee has been working on is F&B Trust came up with this document. It's more of a questionnaire at this point. And that questionnaire goes through a lot of different topics, from things like, do you guys want to have a community trustees, you know, made up of representatives from your community that would also be tasked with safeguarding and monitoring the trust? Or do you just want an administrative or a corporate trustee? They'll look at things like, is the settlement going to be paid out to recently deceased, for example? You know, what happens with the minors' money? When do they qualify? Is it 18? Is it 19? Different bands do different things. It's going to look at how much each individual is supposed to get. So all of these questions are currently being looked at in this questionnaire. And when that questionnaire is completed, now just because the committee goes through it doesn't mean it's completed. It still has to come to you guys. So once we get to a point where we're comfortable saying this is how things are going to be, they'll turn that over to me, and I'll put it into a trust agreement, which is a legal document, pretty complicated, lengthy document, that we go from this questionnaire to a legal document. But we have to do that. And that will be shared of course, with the membership, because you guys have to vote on it.
How are the youth determined by that? What's the age?
What's the age?
What is that start?
For most communities that have these types of settlement, what I've seen is that the minimum age is 18. That means that parents can't come and retrieve their kids' money. They retrieve it on their own upon turning 18. Some communities will do unique things as well. They'll say, I remember when I was 18, I knew nothing. I was not responsible. I knew nothing about the world. And to throw thousands of dollars at somebody who's that young is dangerous. So they'll do things like, they'll say, we want you to be 19 or 21 before you get your money, or we want you to finish your grade 12 or have an equivalent to get your money at a certain age, otherwise you have to wait till later. They do different unique things. When we canvass the community about that, we'll tell you what other nations have done, and you guys can figure out what's best for you. But at a minimum, 18 is what I've seen. And that, just one last thing about that is, say if there's a baby that's on the list, and they have to wait, 17 more years to get their money, that money would be invested and would grow while they're waiting for it. And that's a minimum as well.
Are they able to get in by the, like as a trustee? They'll need a trustee, right?
No.
No?
No. The way these trust agreements work is the chief and council can't just go and withdraw money from the trust. There's different processes for accessing that money, and it all has to follow those rules. So say the chief and council wanted to, withdraw $5 million to buy some land and turn it into a reserve, just as an example, okay? I'm not saying they're trying to do that. They have to go through a specific process in order to do that, show proof that they're doing that, come up with a plan, and probably get your consent. There's different things that have to be done before money is withdrawn. And at the end of the day, the trustees, which is at a minimum FNB Trust, and maybe some community trustees, if you guys decide that, have to sign off on it.
The parents or grandparents be able to be the trustee, or if anybody has passed on before that, give it to a family member to take care of the trust, fund the infant.
So when I say the minor's money it sits in a trust and it collects, like it's invested, right? It's growing all the time. Nobody can access that until that person is of age. Then they request that money. The grandparents, the parents can't ask for it or draw from it. So that's the first part of your question. The second is, say a minor does pass away, God forbid, but that could happen, then their estate would be able to apply for that money. And of course that involves legal paperwork and stuff. You can't just apply, with a piece of paper. It's a legal process.
We have another question.
Of course.
Hi, I just wanted to know what happened to the interest of the children's fund. Where does that go?
It goes to the minor. Just as an example, my community got cows and plows as well, and my nephew, I think he was 16, 16 when that settlement happened, so he had to wait till he was 18. And that money grew by like $4,000 in that time period. So it could be, and he was able to get that when he applied for that money. So that's how yours would work as well.
Deadline for say, what is that? Now, it's here. It's here. The baby's born 2 years later. What does it stop?
Yeah. So what you're talking about is like a cutoff date, essentially. You know, we've had these discussions with the committee. We have no firm date on that yet. People are reluctant to go there. At the end of the day, somebody's going to be unhappy. But there has to be some sort of a cutoff, right? You need that legal certainty. And so you guys will be able to see that ahead of time, what's being proposed for the cutoff. And different nations do different things. Sometimes they'll say you have to be on the ban list as of the date of the ratification vote or the day the money comes in. Right? You can play with that a little bit. And then if you want to include, recently deceased, you'll have to have a cutoff for that too. Lots of things to think about.
Hello, me again, Gary. I'm from Mississauga. We're in the same boat as you guys. We're going through the same thing. We've been meeting with lawyers and everything, but we're in the same boat. The frustrating part is all the bands around us. We've got Mustang Lake, we've got the Kakapoo, we've got Big River, we've got Wichikin. Every band around us has been paid out, and we're one of the last ones, same as you guys. So I know it's frustrating, but hopefully they can get it all done here pretty quick too. But I know what you guys are up against, and we're just waiting as well. So you guys aren't the only ones. We're in there too.
Thank you very much. Oh, we have another question.
Part of the agreement could be that there is a deadline for our nation, that it could be ongoing for the generation to come. Why does it have to have a cutoff?
I wish, but they will not go there. You know, in my experience, Canada will say, we're going to have to pick a date here. And whoever's on the list, that's your population, and that's what we're going to go with for the purposes of establishing what the compensation should be. Sometimes we can play with the numbers a little bit. We can say, look, we have, because we all know how the Indian registrar works, and they can be awfully slow with processing applications. Or there could be women that are pregnant at the time of the vote, you know. What do we do about those folks? You guys will have to think about that. But we are, you know, our plan is to go back to Canada and say, because we're working with Judy, right, your membership clerk, she has a general idea of how many people are in the waiting that haven't had their status card processed yet. We have to think about them at the very least. But in terms of your other question about not having a cutoff because what about the future? That's where we start talking about investing some of the money and that being a possibility so that you can grow that money for future generations. Because Canada won't think about them, but you can. That thinking 7 generations ahead, right?
We got one more.
Of all the different types of negotiations and First Nations have done so far regarding housing house, what are the good ones, like the good clauses that you use? Is that few of them, you know? In your legal,
like what do you mean by the good ones?
One of the nations I worked with, they gave out half the money and the other half sat in and made money. And every 2 years, whoever was on the list got money. So at least he gave money to kids.
Yeah.
Right? And they had,
yeah.
and then they had a list of potential to be registered. They had a VCR outlining, they're still working on it now, but they had a timeline for them to get their training.
Yeah.
Things like that. I was just wondering, in your legal opinion.
I mean, we're asking about, are we asking about my legal opinion or my personal opinion? Because I can share a little bit of both, but personally, I feel like the nations that pay all of the money out, or most of the money out, and don't leave anything for the future, are doing their community a great disservice. That's my personal opinion. I know bands who have done that, and now at Christmas time, they don't even hand out turkeys. They don't have community dinners. There's no money for anything. But what you're talking about is setting aside some of that money and growing it, investing it. Some communities have paid out, I've seen, for example, a community pay out $30,000, and then over the next 5 years at Christmas, they pay $1,000 to each person. So they get 35 in the end, but there's opportunities to do other things with that money too, like housing. Some bands will top up their post-sec programs so that there's always money there for people to pursue their post-secondary education, whether you live on or off the reserve. Like the possibilities are endless. There's good examples out there, which we'll bring to you so that you can start to think about them. Think about, okay, I like that, or I don't like that. You can tell us what you think and what direction you think we should go.
Check one.
No questions online?
There's also the
Maybe I'll just jump into a short discussion on some of the other claims that we're working on. You know, because those matter too.
One of the other things too, in regards to our young kids that are here, when we talk about thousand clouds or any future claims, we need to reiterate this. You are part of these claims. And furthermore, to our parents, our grandparents, and our newly parents that just brought children into this world, we cannot express this enough. Register your children as fast as you can, or your grandchildren. And it needs to be done immediately. Because we are based on numbers for our First Nations. The higher the number we grow, the dollar amount also rises with that. And we don't want any of our kids or our grandkids and our newborns missing out on this as well. So parents, grandparents, if you haven't already, Judy's here. Go to ransack her, tell her you need this done, and that way we can make sure that our future generations have dollars coming to them as well.
That's a good point. If I just may add to that just for a minute here. You know, there are things that you guys can be thinking about right now too. Like, do you have a bank account? You know, like the FNB Trust, they can send representatives to the community to help you open a bank account if you haven't already done that. Make sure that you have your IDs and your status card. Of course, Gerald mentioned that. And, you know, for the adults in the room, even consider, you know, drafting a will. Because, you know, if God forbid something happened, you want to be able to tell your loved ones what your wishes are, what you want to have done with these settlement proceeds if we receive it, right? one of the things we're talking about is possibly putting on some clinics about wills and estates to kind of help people to be able to draft their own wills, because you can do that. You can handwrite your own will. You don't need a lawyer for that if you're comfortable enough doing that. But we can also show you a written version of what a will could look like. You know, there's things that you can be doing to prepare right now.
The direct deposit should still expire.
The direct deposit?
Expire.
No, but you want to make sure that your account is in good standing, like it's not closed by accident or anything like that. Yeah. Okay, just a few notes on some of the other claims that we're working on. We're a little behind today, so this is what I envision when ISK workers come around at treaty time, hand out that amazing $5. They think it's amazing, right? They think we're just so excited to get that $5. Now, in the past, $5 would have been a lot of money when Treaty 6 was signed, you know, back in the 1800s. That was a lot of money. Now it is nothing. We all know even to get like chips and a chocolate bar is expensive now. So we're working on a claim that speaks to that. And other nations are working on similar claims. I'm negotiating a settlement on this very topic right now with another band. And what it's about is that $5 and the 15 and the 25 that your chief and council get. And the fact that that's never been brought up to today's dollars, we call that indexation. We're also talking about ammunition and twine. That hasn't changed over the years either, and that is an annuity. It's that annual benefit that each of us is supposed to get in perpetuity, forever. And in some cases, we're talking about the clothing allowance that your leadership gets. I think it's every 3 years. Not quite an annuity, but close enough. So we're working on this, and all of our claims are being researched by Joan Holmes and Associates, and they're pretty well versed in these types of things. They do research on claims full time. They're very good at what they do, and as soon as we get that report back, then we'll report that back to you. This one, probably near and dear to people's hearts in the room. You know, we're talking about your timber claim, right? This was a claim that was started before I began work for the band, and it's a joint claim between La Ronge and Montreal Lake, and it involves the illegal surrender and taking of timber on Little Red. And what we've learned is that cannot happen. There are rules about how timber is supposed to be taken from the reserve. There's rules about how much money bands are supposed to get for that. There's rules about what type of timber is to be taken. And we've learned from research and through this process that there were companies that came on to Little Red and they illegally took the wrong species of timber, and they underreported how much timber they took from the reserve. Like, some of their experts were actually saying things like, there was no spruce on Little Red, like there's no evidence. And then your river, you know, is called the Spruce River, you know, and there's photos of spruce, historic photos. And long story short, the tribunal believed our experts over Canada's and agreed that there was a severe underreporting of how much timber was harvested from Little Red. Right now, we're in the compensation phase with the specific claims tribunal. We had our experts come up with a report as to how much they think this claim is worth, and it's more of a big range. You know, we're talking something like a minimum of 30 million to billions, depending on how you look at it. But with the specific claims tribunal, we're dealing with that $150 million cap, so keep that in mind. Canada is currently working on their expert report, and they asked the tribunal to give them till July to finish that report. And once that's complete, we're going to go to a hearing. And then a written decision is going to be received from the tribunal, which will say how much compensation the bands will receive. So we're getting closer. I know you don't think that because this has been going on for many years. But from my perspective and this process, that's where things are at.
Any questions?
Anybody here?
This is our Little Red claim, guys. Okay, what was that? Do we have to shut out Montreal Lake? The question is, Montreal Lake, do they get some of this money as well?
The money would be paid to Montreal Lake as a whole. You guys would have to figure out what you do with it from there. You're one band.
That's where we're confused. Like, are we Little Red? Are we Montreal Lake? I asked. That's where it's good. We're so separated.
Montreal Lake has 2 reserves, right? But you're one nation. That's how it's recorded. I know what you're saying. Yeah, and you guys will have to sort that out internally as to what that's going to mean. I can't stand up here as an outsider and tell you how you should divvy up that money. That's not for me to determine. But if you guys want me to assist with sorting that out, I can definitely do that. Speaking of Montreal Lake, though, we've discovered through our research that there was a timber surrender taken on the main reserve as well. And the researchers, you know, they took a cursory look at that and they said, it doesn't look like that was valid, just like at Little Red. So we have researchers that are investigating whether the same funny business that happened on Little Red happened on the main reserve. You know, and so that's another claim that we're working on in the research phase. So they might say the same to you, Little Red.
Are they trying to join guys, your guys' claim partner?
Join it?
Yeah.
I mean, for all legal purposes, you're joined. You're one nation. The only way to get away from that is to break apart entirely and to form your own band. Right now, it's one band, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not picking anyone's side here.
But I'm saying, does it feel like we're one band?
That's, I don't know. I mean, that's for you to determine. Another interesting claim we're working on is something called the bombing range claim. Now, I've interviewed a lot of your elders for different purposes, and some of the things that I've been hearing is, you know what? There used to be military activities conducted on our reserve. I remember seeing planes, and I remember seeing even bullets over there's one person who was fishing on the lake, said there's like bullets going right over their head. Some people have reported bombs. And in other jurisdictions, other bands are filing claims for this. Why? Because, first of all, did you consent to that? Did they do it in a safe manner? Did they compensate you for that, for putting lives at risk? And is your land safe? Some of those bands we're talking about out in Alberta, they're finding even today live bombs right on their reserve. Very serious stuff, right? So we're investigating whether there's a claim here. We don't know what the research is going to reveal, but we're working on it. Part of that is going to involve more elder interviews. Couple minutes to talk about the National Parks claim. So we had a different researcher that did the research for this way before I started working for the band. And we had filed a claim with Specific Claims Tribunal, and the response that we received was that this claim is not of a historical claim, it's of an ongoing nature, and that doesn't quite fit within our rules. So Specific Claim says your claim has to be at least 15 years old, and if there's ongoing issues even today, we don't look at that, we only look at the old stuff. So with this claim, there's ample evidence that even today, your hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering rights are still being affected by virtue of these national parks. And so we have to pivot a little bit. And by pivot, I mean we're looking at whether we can pair this claim as a treaty land entitlement claim as well. Because the research shows that at one point, you guys had wanted Waskesiu to be your reserve. Why that didn't happen, we don't know. And there's also evidence that the boundaries of the park, the Prince Albert National Park, if we're talking specifics, almost totally encompassed your reserve at one point, and those boundaries changed a little bit. So we don't know if you ended up with all of the land you were supposed to, or the proper lands that you were supposed to. So we're looking at whether we can pivot and look at it from that angle, so it's more historic. But right now, boots on the ground, we have your leaders that are meeting with Parks Canada to try to negotiate some real benefits for the community right now. Jobs and economic opportunities, stewardship, co-management, those are things that Parks Canada across the country is working on with affected nations. And so that's something that your leaders are meeting with them with today. Couple more claims just quickly. For those elders that are in the room, we had disclosed these potential new claims back at the elders conference in November. Your chief and council had directed that we look at 2 new claims, and one of them is treaty land entitlement for Little Red. So we've heard over and over from elders, from leaders from Little Red, that they don't think that the boundaries that you ended up with were quite right. You know, there's a question as to whether you guys received less land than you were supposed to. Even down to, like, there's jurisdictional issues right now dealing with the bridges and stuff in your community. Who has responsibility for that? We don't know if LRRR received more land than they were supposed to. So we are looking at whether you have a treaty land entitlement claim for Little Red specifically. And lastly, we're working on something called a Soldier Settlement Board claim. Now, other nations, you know, they had veterans from their reserves that returned from the wars. And as part of reestablishing them back into Canada and back into their communities, they actually gave away some of the reserve lands and gave them specific parcels of land to live on their home reserves. And in a lot of cases, they never compensated the band for that. They just took it. You guys have a lot of veterans from Little Red and from Montreal Lake. And we're looking at whether that type of thing happened. And I say that not in a disrespectful way. If somebody was provided with specific lands, it's not like the nation's going to yank it back. Canada had a responsibility to compensate the band whenever they take reserve land for whatever purpose, even for a railroad. They're supposed to compensate the band. So we're investigating whether that happened. I think it's Mistawasas or Muskeg, one of those bands recently settled a claim of this nature, and it was kind of significant. So a couple more things we're working on.
Would that be, or would it be for all bands?
Some bands do both. Like if the individual didn't receive what they were entitled to, there could be room to compensate them. But these types of claims are paid out to the nation as a whole. Yeah.
For example, my father was a veteran, and we farmed out this land since we were for 30 years now. And when that came over, we started taking over the farming land. We had our garden here, we had our field here that we had worked on, and later on they started building. So does that compensation go to the family, or is it just to the land?
We have to find out what happened first, and then we'll determine whether we file a claim and then how we proceed later on. But like I said, some bands do compensate the individual as well as the entire nation. So there's room to do whatever you want. Canada doesn't tell you what to do with the money. They just give it to you. It would go to the nation if we filed a specific claim, because the band files the claim. If you're an individual, you have to go somewhere else. They won't let you file a claim there. Like you have to go to federal court or Court of King's Bench, something like that. And me, I'd have to defend that, so I'm not going to speak to that. That would put me in a conflict. But technically, an individual can sue the band. It's been done many times before. Yeah.
Any other questions? We have one.
Just a comment. Thank you, Don, for answering all the questions everyone asks.
Oh, Carol's talking.
That was Carol. Just an update for the Christopher Lake students born before 1984. We are going to have our first community assembly February 25th. And what that assembly is going to be about is just questionnaires, direction from the community members, so that way we can at least start building on the Christopher Lake School. And I know many of Little Reds had expressed themselves in regards to that school should have been deemed as a day school. I know Don gave me some little bit of advice. I've talked to other lawyers as well. They've given me advice as well. So now we want to sit down with the community on the 25th, just so we can have a starting building of a foundation in regards to what it is that we are looking for as a community. Okay, so February 25th, mark it in your calendars. We will have an assembly here at the hall, and bring your questions, bring your concerns. If you have any ideas, that would be the best place for us to start somewhere. So All right, thank you very much.
Just a couple more slides, I promise. This slide, we kind of talked about, somebody had a question, so we talked about, well, what happens next? What are the options that we're looking at if Canada doesn't come back to the table anytime soon? So your chief and council, you know, they're going to have to firm that deadline up a little bit with Canada and figure out what they want to do next if we can't get them back to the table. So just know that there are things happening in the background. We're not taking a sit and wait approach. We're actively working on this. There was a question at the back, I think the lady may have left, but you know, she talked about the specific claims reporting center. You know, I'm up here, I'm talking about all these claims. I'm talking about the status of other claims for other nations. But you don't have to take my word for it. You know, anyone with access to the internet can go to this federal website called the Specific Claims Reporting Center. And you can go in there and you can pick, you know, the province, and you can pick your nation, or you can just like look at all of Saskatchewan, or you can type in agricultural benefit claims or timber claims, and you can see all across Canada what stage a nation is in for any specific claim. You can sometimes even see how much the compensation was. So you can see on there, under agricultural benefits, this is kind of what it would look like on the right, once you generate your PDF report. You can see in there, for agricultural benefits, it says, like, still in negotiations or under negotiation. When that money is paid out, it will say settled and compensation paid out and all of these keywords. So nothing's been paid, and anyone can go in there and search up your nation or any other nation all across Canada. I just wanted to mention that because, you know, you don't have to take my word for it. Last slide. I just wanted to mention that your team that works on these claims, including your leadership, your committee, we're all still dedicated to, you know, complete transparency about what we're doing, and as soon as we get new updates, we'll share them with you. If there's a little bit of a break between updates, that's because we don't have much to report. So just know that. Check your app, check the Facebook website, check your member portal page on the band's website. That's where you'll find these updates, and of course we'll be coming around. We're also still committed to pursuing fair compensation for the nation, you know, and that also includes fair legal fees as well. So I've been telling we were in PA in Saskatoon, I said this over there, I'll say this today. When I work on these claims, I just work on an hourly rate basis, and I don't get a bonus or a percentage of any of these claims. I never did that, and I don't plan to in the future. So when we talk about fair compensation for you, we're also talking about fair legal fees, and that's my commitment to the community. Protecting these settlements as well, you know, we want to talk about preserving rights for future generations, and that's kind of a priority for your leadership. And you know, we have to honor what our ancestors meant for these treaties to be all about. And there's questions in that, like, are we talking about signing away treaty rights? We're going to have that discussion as well. We're not just going to gloss over that and look at just the money. We're going to look at everything important. So that's something that we're going to talk about in the future when we come around as well. And that's it, unless there's any more questions.
See none. Thank Dong Chi-Chen.
Thank you, Don. Kimberly, are we ready to do some more draws? I just want to mention, I know these topics, especially with the cows and plows, but also the presenters and stuff. I just want to ask the rest of the presenters that are going to come up to just highlight maybe the purpose of your program and highlight maybe 3 to 5 things, and then we'll just move on. Just so you know, our legal counsel is just leaving, but she was the one that donated the Edmonton Oilers tickets that we're going to be making a draw tomorrow in Montreal Lake. Yeah, right after the assembly, tomorrow in Montreal Lake, we'll be making the draw. Eldon, Astam. Hey, you kids, there's more prizes to be won if you're, unless you have to go back to school. Thank you guys for coming. So our next presenter is Eldon Henderson. He is a band counselor for Urban. So here's Eldon Henderson.
Thank you, Don. I want to thank the elder for the opening prayer this morning, and to all the band staff, all the directors and managers, and to our staff that are looking after today's event here. Can I get some order? Order in the board. Yeah, so I just want to mention that we do have probably like about a half-hour presentation, but we're going to reduce it to probably like about 10. Troy wants 2 minutes. Actually 10 minutes. So we're not going to go too deep into it, but I can go by memory because I do all the minutes, so I have that corporate memory, so to speak, on this one. We were established in 2019 as a non-profit corporation through the Saskatchewan Corporations Act, and so we do have a good board of directors. We have 2 of them here. Eddie Bird, in a way. Larry Burgess. Larry was one of our first ones, and he took a leave of absence for a bit. Then he came back. He came back last year, right, Larry? Yeah. So the other ones are Randy Scogan from Saskatoon. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Alphonse Valles is new, Eileen Bell, and myself as ex officio, and Jeff as chair. So I just want to mention that the board of directors, we're trying to have a three-year cycle for our board. But that's something for us to revisit with the board in terms of reference. So we're going to be going into that pretty quick. Yeah, go ahead. So we have it's probably pretty hard for you guys to read. I'm not going to go too much into this. It's got our treaty, it's got our vision, mission, values, and our mandate. So our mandate is to promote urban services, mission, values, and mandate. Oh, I guess this is again. Oversee. Protect the assets that have been entrusted to MLCN and governments, including Montreal Lake Cree Nation. Protect the assets that have been entrusted to urban. Strengthen the relationships on reserve, off reserve, partners, and funding agencies. Develop and implement reporting and accountability measures to the voting members and funding agencies. Next. Maybe go next. Yeah, so here we have our org chart. So we do have our membership is who we answer to. So, and then we have our elders advisory, our board of directors, and our chief and council. And we do have, it's hard for me to read here, but we do have urban programs and services in development right now. And there's areas of partnership building, education, youth, urban child and family wellness, prevention, health, and social services supports. Other areas are like justice, urban EdDev, EAP, urban housing, urban lands and resources and environments. That's urban reserve creation as well. And foundations development, charity, new charitable areas. And we do need a CEO type person to drive our organization, because right now Jeff and I are just, we're doing most of it, and then our board of directors give us direction. And so we definitely nurture out of Saskatoon. Human resources, that's something else we have to get into. And finance and audit committee, we don't have a finance and audit committee right now, but that's something that I'm pushing for right now. This is for transparency and accountability measures. And, that's just go over some of the things like the budgets, the annual budgets that we Jordan's principle, that's one of our main funding areas. We do have some staff. Elders, we have to do a better job. We don't have enough youth programs, and that's something for us in the future as well. Mental health, we need mental health therapists. We have a First Nation rep serves out of our office, our coordinator, and so we have, I believe there's our C92 manager is Eddie Bird, and she's operating under our office. And then we have our First Nation banner, Dorothy Nelson. I don't know, is Dorothy here? Okay, 5 minutes. Just for information, we just recently had our Christmas dinner, so we go from Regina, Saskatoon, PA, then Riacan and Turvey have their own, and then we have LRRR. So we've been doing that on an annual basis since 2017. So that's how we've been doing our urban Christmas dinners. Let's see. Yeah, so I think one of the things that we just recently did here was we noticed a lot of urban housing issues, and one of the things that keep coming to our table, keep coming to our office is our lack of housing for urban band members living across Saskatchewan. So what we did is we recently created Kikinak Urban Housing Corp. So we had a joint meeting with council and our council and our board of directors. So we passed a motion, we passed the BCR to establish Kikinak Urban Housing Corp. And so we're looking forward to for this new corporation to take off here in 2026. But we need land. We need land. That's a high priority for urban. And because we're missing out on funding right now. And so we're sitting down with different organizations like CMHC and others. So we have a lot of work ahead with our board. So urban, for housing, so urban reserve creation, that's ATR. Urban economic development. And there's, in this new year in 2026, what we're going to do is we're going to start off in Regina, Saskatoon, PA, Reacton, Timber Bay, and LRRR. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have urban community engagement sessions. So it's kind of like workshop approach, workshop style. So areas of like housing, health, justice, education, post-secondary. So these are all the areas that we want to go to in each community, get the feedback, and then take it back to our board of directors and move forward from there. But we've already started off with Kikinak Urban Housing Corporation. So watch out for that. Let your relatives know that we have not forgotten them and that we are working hard in some areas. I'll give you another example. In 2026, this year, will be our 5th annual Urban Grade 12 and post-secondary grad. So this year we're going to break it up into 2 days. First day being the career day. So day 1 will be career day, and then day 2 will be the grad. So this year, the 5th annual will be in Saskatoon. We're targeting Prairie Land. And so we'll get the posters out for that as well. I see Ray here. We had a good talk about urban health. So part of our urban health strategic planning is something that we're very interested in moving forward. So, how much time? I guess we're done. Thank you. Oh, hey, we have to tomorrow, so go ahead, Don. Well, you can pick up the prizes at Urban Office on Friday.
Red ticket, 019.
Right here, bingo.
Shirley's got a bingo. Shirley, come and give your name to Latonia and go and see her on Friday and at the Urban Office in Prince Albert. Next one, 109. 109. I think those young kids, their numbers are starting with 100, so this might be one of them. 109. Red ticket. Redraw. 045. 045. Kitchen. Somebody in the kitchen's got 045. Go and see Latonia and give Latonia your name. Where is she? She's over there. And you can pick up your prize in Durban office in Prince Albert. As you've seen, that presentation was really fast. We got a timer. We're giving each person 10 minutes max. So we're going to move to the next presenter, and it is Detox, Montreal Lake Detox. Could you come up here, Virginia? You're going to talk really fast. I'm going to make a draw while Kimberly's still looking for the presentation here. These bits will give them away to 110. 110. Going once, twice, redraw. Zero, 3-5. 035. Oh, we got a winner in the back. Here's Virginia.
Good afternoon. Anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Virginia Bird, and I am from Little Red, Montreal side. Today my presentation is on our detox. I just want to start by acknowledging our Chief and Council for listening to our membership, knowing that there's a need for a detox program in our community. They also know that there's a need for a treatment program in our community as well. But so far, we've got our detox program. So I'll start with our mission statement. Our mission statement is to empower our members to live healthy, productive lifestyles by offering in-house detox and ongoing support that holistically addresses substance abuse and promotes long-term recovery. We offer a 14-day non-medical detox program grounded in culturally based and holistic supports to help our members heal and regain control of their lives. We are located at 722 Bird Avenue in Montreal Lake, known as the Old Group Home. So, initially, when council decided that they were going to open up a detox, they decided that it was going to be incorporated, and Carol Naterhout took on the lead in this. So they established a board, They appointed board members, and then they became a corporation. The process of this started in July 2021. In 2022, we had our grand opening November 28th, and I started January 22nd, or sorry, yeah, January 21st, 2022. Anyway, so Montreal Cree Nation was created by our community, mandated by our chief and council to serve our people. Our portfolio counselors at this time are Carol Maytaha of Montreal Lake, Charlene Yermine of Little Lake, Conrad Maytaha of Montreal Lake. We have our board of directors. Our chairperson is Gerald Valentine. We have Lisa Henderson, Frank Roberts, Blanche Bird, Eva Henderson of Montreal Lake, and then we have Alan Van Halkett from Little Red, and Fred Halkett from Little Red. And then we have our elder, Eliza Bird. Next, I want to take a minute to just acknowledge our former late elder Gilbert Halkett and our portfolio late councillor Arnold Maytaha. If we could maybe all stand up and just have a little moment of silence for these two men that did a lot of work for us and encouraging us to open our detox and continue going. Thank you. Very thankful to the two men that supported us a lot on our journey. I want to introduce our team. So our team starts with Meeting Director Virginia Bird. Our administrative assistant is Ravinder Guman. Our intake worker is Gloria Henderson. We have two support workers, Kyle Maytaha and Darlene Charles. We have two cultural coordinators, Corinne McCann and Cammie Ross. We have 2 day security, Veronica Charles and Lowell Maytaha. And we have 2 night security, Willard Roberts and Samuel Halkett. And we have a cook named Nikon McCann. Some of the challenges that we have, so I just wanted to quickly talk about some of the challenges that we have. Often participants that come into our program, they may be homeless, and they do come into the program and they successfully finish their 2 weeks. But quite often don't have a safe home to go to, or they go back to the home that they left where all the using was still happening. So the supports aren't there. Lack of safe housing and transitional supports limits sustainable recovery. Detox are always not enough without our environmental change and aftercare. So that's one. There are many, but I'm not sure how many minutes yet. But I'm going to try to go through this quickly. But I do want to say one of the things that our program works. Okay. Our cultural program is what seems to do the the most work for the people that we work with on our last land-based activities. So, through our land-based activities, which includes hunting, fishing, trapping, traditional and cultural teaching, medicine picking, teaching on the protocols and different ceremonies. They do attend sweats and many ceremonies that are available to them. And the Cree language is encouraged, nature walks and meditation, and we do use the Wealth Variety program. Our intake and treatment outcomes. During the 2-year period, we've had a number of clients that applied, 254. The number of clients who discontinued treatment, they came in but left for whatever reason. 78. The number of clients who successfully completed the program was 94. We had 83 no-shows, and the number of clients that did go on and got referred to treatment from detox was 41. In closing, I'd like to share our philosophy is that healing is a right, not a privilege, and it's strongest when care is provided within the community by our own people. This concludes my 22-26 Montreal Cree Nation Detox report. I thank you for your time to listen to my report. And lastly, before I say what I'm going to say last, I just want everybody to know, not just the membership, but all of us that are working for our members, that your community needs you sober. Hey.
Any questions?
We put a timer on her for 10 minutes. She had 48 seconds left. We're going to call on Vice Chief Dean Henderson to do a presentation on the Montreal Lake Sports and Rec.
Thank you, Don. I'll make it quick. I don't plan on being more than 5 minutes. So anyways, I do have a little, but I think I can remember most of it. So anyways, I oversee the Montreal Lake Sports Culture Recreation Program for Montreal Lake. We are an incorporated board, not-for-profit. We formed that, I believe, in 21. So we have a board of directors. Okay, I have to memorize. So we have a board of directors that governs sports and rec now. We have a couple of members that were here. Devin Utah is one. Judy's back there. She's another board of director. Roger Bird is the chairman. Keanu Henderson and John Bird. And then we have a couple of elders. We have Harry Halkett, Reverend Harry, his wife, Caroline, and then myself. I'm the ex-officio on the board. So we oversee the arena and then a lot of the sports programs within the community. A lot of the community events that we host. But our biggest one, and I think we all know about it, is the fish derby, the $100,000 fish derby. I just want to, announce that we are, it's not quite official, but we're being told that we're the largest fishing tournament in North America. So, that's something for us to be proud of. So, if you've seen the poster, we have some posters here, or do we not bring them? Oh, we had some posters, but this year we increased our prize payouts to $246,500. So that's up about 40 grand this year alone. So, and that's straight cash. That's all guaranteed cash prizes. So, that puts us over the top now. It used to be held the title used to be held by Minnesota. They have a big derby down there where they pay out $200,000 in prizes, not cash but prizes. And so they had the title before us. So now we hold that title as the world's. Well, we're actually asked to invite the Guinness Book of World Records to our derby, but we need 4 months advance, and we just keep forgetting. We need to do it before 4 months in advance of the event. So I think we could do it as one of the world's largest fishing tournament. We can't call it a derby legally. We have to call it a tournament. But anyways, that's that's something that the Sports and Rec oversee. We had to, because the event's gotten so big, we have to hire a coordinator. We have Chelsea Mitao that is the fish derby coordinator. She looks after all the posters, everything else that needs to be done. We have regular meetings on a monthly basis. Right after the derby in March, we start meeting the next month, and we meet every month after that, just to make sure that this is one of the biggest events for the nation, and we want to make sure it's successful, right? So. The profits of the Derby, I know most of our profits go back to the youth, but then we use some of the profits to keep going. We've recently purchased a snowmobile, a quad. Those are for raffle prizes for this year's Derby. I don't know if all of you know, but there's grants, there's sports grants that you can go onto on the Montreal Lake Fish Derby website, and those are for youth that are involved in sport, rec, anything to do with your child or your youth being involved in any kind of sport. We help with a $500 grant, and it's open to anyone from Montreal Lake Nation. So you just apply online, and then at our meeting we accept anything to do, like we've accepted people in dance classes, we've accepted soccer registration, hockey registration, volleyball, anything to do with that. So that's just one thing, but we do a lot of the FSI in hockey, FSI in soccer, FSI in volleyball, the winter games, summer games, all those kind of things. Those are the things that the Fish Derby profits go to help support. Because those are big expenses. Just last month, or actually still this month, we took 3 teams, volleyball teams. We took a U17, U15, and another U17 boys to Regina for the FSI volleyball championships, youth. And just that event alone was $25,000. So these things aren't cheap, so all these profits, they go towards the youth. The other thing we do is a lot of community events. We give a portion to urban, a portion what comes to Little Red, and then Montreal Lake. We do a lot of the treaty days, cultural days, Canada days, those type of events in the community. That helps offset all those costs, right? One thing I wanted to mention that I didn't mention the last time was, I don't know if you all remember, but when we wanted to build the arena back in Montreal Lake in the mid-90s, under the former late Chief Roy Bird, he really wanted an arena for the youth of Montreal Lake. So what he did was a 3% deduction off all staff. Everyone that worked for Montreal Lake Little Red, if you were working a contractor, you got deducted that 3%. And that's how we built our arena, and that's how we built our church in Montreal Lake back in that day. So after those were built, they put it down to 1%, to a 1% deduction. So that 1% deduction, now that comes back to the Sports and Rec program as well. So all of you that work for Little Red, your 1% comes back to Little Red, and that's to help offset your sports, culture, recreation programs. Same with Montreal Lake. It offsets some of the expenses. So for Montreal Lake, we put a lot back into our community, into our community events. You know, sports is a big one. Sports, hockey, soccer. Montreal Lake, we're big into those two sports. And I didn't know we're getting good at volleyball too. Like our girls came in second place this year, our U15 girls. And that's competing against all the First Nations within Saskatchewan. So I think, you know, there's not too many youth here. What?
5 minutes.
Oh, really? My 5 minutes is up already? Oh, okay. Oh, I have 5 minutes. But anyways, let's give our U15 girls a round of applause. Okay, oh, you lost my train of thought. 2 minutes? Okay, I want to thank, you know, without the chief and council, my colleagues and the leadership of Montreal Lake, I want to thank them for their continued support in our program. You know, we're always trying to make things bigger and better. And you know, that the fish derby is, you know, that shows that puts Montreal Lake on the map. You know, and there's always opportunities for everybody else to come and profit. Like for our own people, our own members, we're always opening those doors. We employ a lot of people. Other programs are welcome to come and fundraise in any way they can, other than 50-50. 50-50 goes to the Montreal Lake Education, and they're the only ones that can sell the 50-50 tickets. We kind of put that in there a while ago, but anything else, you guys want to come and set up a canteen, you want to have a raffle, it's open to any other program. So, anyways, thank you very much. I don't want to take up too much more time, but thank you.
Thank you, Dean. We're going to make a couple more draws here.
All dance lessons, snowshoeing trips, rafting, and babysitting lessons. And what's missing on here is just to help prepare for like when people do start receiving housing calls, is we want to do some ATV and snowmobile training for the youth, just to prevent any accidents that may come along. And if you have any questions, concerns, or ideas, please feel free to contact me. I'll sure come see me at the table here. I'll give you my email. Or you can go and see Kevin at the center. And our staff, we got Kevin Badger as a coordinator. Precious Halkett is one of our youth workers. Tia Bird, youth worker. Daisha Halkett, Ruben McKenzie, and Jason Bird is our cook. And that's pretty much it for my report. What's in the main book is just what we do month to month. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. No questions, we can get done. We're donating we're donating one ticket now for the first year.
So is the youth center for all children of all ages?
We get funding for ages, pretty sure it's 0 to 18.
Nice. And is the staff allowed to ban children from the youth center? Because I believe, from my side, I believe that the youth center is for the children, and that's their spot.
So what we've been doing is, when I hear about these bans, is I come and ask my staff what actually goes on. If it's a severe incident, we'll ban it. They're not banned for long. We try to do what we try to work with the youth, and I get in contact with the youth themselves and the parents. And I know how it kind of gets heated with the coordinator at times.
Any other questions? If not, we're going to do 5 draws and you can go see Talia, and we'll get your name, and it's 5 draws for 5 fish derby tickets, 1 each.
Which tickets, the red ones?
The red ones. I'm just going to ask you guys just to be mindful that when there's a speaker up here that we need to hear. So if you're having side conversations, just kind of whisper, because it's just to respect the person doing the presentation. Thank you.
You get a ticket? We don't get tickets.
So this past year is going to visit one of the housing, Little Red in Montreal. It's been a challenge and a learning experience. This past year, Little Red has received several renovations from minor to major, a total of 13 completed. Apart from the rentals, there have been 6 roof rentals and also 5 units that have been meth remediated. As you all may know, Little Red has 3 new 5-bedroom units that are near complete. In order to receive more builds, Little Red will need to plan a new subdivision, as we have run out of lots for new builds. There have also been 12 fences completed, and these are these were priority with chosen with Little Red Housing is in the process of receiving 5 more PMs. The last one was delivered today. Housing has also been trying to keep up with furnaces and water heaters and ramps for elders. In total, Little Red has changed over 13 furnaces, 16 water heaters, and 4 ramps. This past year's project was renovation for the building. There are now 2 offices for housing and public works to occupy, but it won't be fully complete until spring. My goal for 2026 is for Little Red to have a new elders complex. In the past, the 5-plex was considered elders unit, but housing felt it was not very suitable for our elders. They are small and not very accessible for a person in a walker or a wheelchair. So instead of renovating the 5-plex, it made more sense to build a new one for our elders. I am working with Zach's building, and we have to come together on a plan for a 4-unit, 2-bedroom complex with a main foyer for elders to gather. I'm looking forward to getting this project underway. Also, another goal is for a homeless shelter for Little Red. This is in discussion. Hopefully it becomes a reality in the very near future. Windows and doors, 26 units have been completed. The priority for maintenance, this is the second year that it'll be posted for a maintenance person for Little Red. There's also casual workers for maintenance, so if anybody's interested in casual maintenance, just come see me at the office. Also, security for housing will be posted by either tomorrow or Monday. This is security just for housing. Also, our housing committee is Corey Hunt, Sharon Stevenson, Sherry Bird, Jacqueline Hopkins. We're also looking for 1 elder from Little Red and another member from Montreal. And that's it.
As you can see, Janelle is up there because Janelle works with housing in Montreal together as the housing portfolio stretches to Little Red. and that's where Annette is working. I just want to say something for housing. It's one of the hardest programs. These ladies do the best they can, but they're doing their best, and just give them a big hand because they've come a long ways. Thank you, ladies. No questions? Oh, we got a question.
How come all the renovations, you don't see any of our community members working on renovations? Like, there's people capable of working on renovations. Like, I could do renovations here. And security, it's always outside members, it's never inside members. For the renovations.
So the question is, the renovations that happen, how come it's only outside people that are doing the renovations when there's qualified local people that can do the renovations?
So usually when I get that question, I tell people they have to apply with Anne with a resume. And then usually what we do is we ask them to go out to get a quote and for material and labor. But no one has been doing that. We do have, I believe, one so far from Little Red working on rental. And he did that. He applied with Anne and he was able to do the material and labor quote for us.
What is that material? Quote for that?
Sorry.
Get a quote for the stairs.
So we go and like do an inspection on any renovation. Then what we do is we ask the contractor who's interested to go in, get a material quote, and how much you're going to charge us for labor. But no one has come in under that one contractor. Because of that and the high need of renovations in Little Red, we've had to hire outside contractors. This company called My Workforce Solutions. But also they hire local people and they pay them.
We have another question back there.
And it's like walking into a deep freezer when you go downstairs. It's extremely cold. Yeah. And that's still like
I did get my workforce to go in there and take the measurements, but I guess they haven't done that yet.
Connected.
There's another like a second order coming in for windows. So we'll see if your units on the should be it.
And then upstairs, when we turn on the heat, it's whispering hot upstairs, so we're trying to keep downstairs cold.
We'll follow up with my workforce solutions, but keep in mind windows, they take anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks.
There's a window in the wall downstairs.
boards still around the windows with writing on it. I don't know if those are the windows that are supposed to go into the.
So you have materials in your house?
It looks like they were there when we moved in. Like we didn't touch them, we didn't move them, they're still there.
It sounds like we need to send that contractor in, Workforce Solutions. The material is there, and go and fix the issue, because they do have, she says there's windows that are leading up there against the wall, so we need to contact Annette, and then we'll contact Workforce Solutions, and we'll try and get that resolved for you. Another question?
Or, do you know if mining was on that list when it was renovation? Because the place never got renovated once. And when my sister was living there, never got renovated.
We're meeting on February 5th for renovations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, like, there was mold in there, but I took out before, that mold. Coming in my bathroom, the walls are still black too. Yeah, and I got rid of that mold in there, and they're just leaking where my washer and dryer are. And I got rid of that too, because they didn't, well, I don't know, maybe I wasn't home when they sent the maintenance man, but then I fixed that myself. And there's still like black mold inside my bathroom there, like still climbing up there. Right? And I was just wondering, when am I going to get a renovation? Like, I've been asking for a while too.
So I started a little over 2 years ago. For renovations, our priorities were units with children in them. Yeah, and then I've seen your application too. So we still have renovation dollars available. How the process goes now is all the renovation applications that we received, we'll now be reviewing them on February 5th with the committee. So the committee is going to do selections for renovations. Okay, we can go take a look at your house. It's just like right now we're busy with, we have one more assembly, but there's me, Anne, and then Frida also with renovations that we go take a look at houses, pictures for the committee to see.
One more. I told you that housing was a top portfolio.
What happens to all that? I've been working for the bank for how many years, and then what happens to all that money that they deduct from our rent? And nothing ever happens to my house. I've never got a renovation or nothing. What happens to all that money that they deduct?
So I can only account for the last 2 years since I've been here. In the past,
years on fire crew.
I can only speak for the last 2 years since I've been here. So what I've been doing is we've been keeping track of all the rent payments that come in. We have a big spreadsheet. We also have a lady who's dedicating all her time to catch up on all the rent payments. So there's a lot of people who have not been paying rent. So what we're trying to do is to see how much.
Yeah, I would like to know that. Dollars of all those years.
So we're almost finishing Montreal Lake. We're almost finishing Montreal Lake's rent. When she's done that, we'll be coming to Little Red and doing the same thing and informing each unit how much you've paid so far and how much you haven't paid.
Yeah, I had this one small house that I lived in a small house before, and I kicked out of that one. Now I live in my parents' house.
Anything before 2 years, I can't speak for. I don't know anything about since I've been here. So I can only account for the last 2.5 years for rent payments. But Little Red will get an update on rent when we finish Montreal Lakes.
So I'm going to cut it off there. The 10 minutes is up. If you have any other questions for housing, they're going to be around on the side tables. Go and see them. Go see Annette or Janelle, and then you'll get more information. But we have to move on to the next presenter. Thank you, ladies.
I just want to say, I did get questions sent to me. So whoever wrote the questions, there's no names on them. You can call me or come and see me, and I can address the questions that are on this paper if we don't have time.
Great, thank you. Bonnie. Bonnie is our post-secondary director. She talks really fast. I'm going to time her.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I'll make my speech a bit shorter.
Hello, let's go. Hi everybody, my name is Bonnie LaValle from the One Series of Columbia. I'm the post-secondary director for Montreal Lake. I've been working there for 2.5 years now. The post-secondary program supports eligible Montreal Lake members enrolled in accredited post-secondary institutions. Students must be enrolled in a program of at least 8 months duration that leads to a certificate, degree, or diploma. Funding and supports are provided in alignment with the post-secondary student manual and available allocations. The student manual, along with funding applications, are available on the Montreal Lake website and on the Montreal Lake app. The student manual is reviewed on a yearly basis by the post-secondary committee, and the committee includes 2 representatives two from Montreal Lake, 2 from Little Red, and 2 from the urban sector. We have 1 elder and 2 council portfolios, Dean Henderson and Alyssa Halkett. For our staff members, we have myself as the director, and then we also have Brady Valentine, and she works with student services. For student enrollment, currently, as of this winter term, we were funding a total of 84 students. That's 71 full-time students and 13 part-time students. In the program report that's included in the booklet there, you'll find information and stats on the students that are currently being funded. This includes information like the locations of where the students are studying, the number of students in each location, and what kind of programs they're enrolled in. Successes, every year we receive a high number of funding applications. It's a lengthy process of going through each and every application with the committee. When going through applications, there are many factors that we have to take into account. At the beginning of the fall year, we had student orientation drop-in sessions in Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, and Orange. This gave the students opportunity to meet with the staff and to address any concerns or ask any questions they may have. This past Christmas, we were able to give our post-secondary students a Christmas bonus to help ease the financial pressures. And then we also provided them a one-time food security in just this past month. Looking ahead, we are, Montreal Lake is in the process of being approved for a new high school within the community. So with this in mind, we have been looking into bringing an education bachelor's program to the community of Montreal Lake, but before committing to a 4-year program, there is an 8-month certificate program called the Indigenous Access Transition to Education that is currently being discussed, and we're hoping to get that in by this fall. Closing, I just want to say thank you to the students for their commitment to education, and that's it. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Bonnie? Anybody? No? Okay, we'll move along. Cameron, come on up. Cameron works for our public works here at Little Red, so he'll give us a little report. Gerald, you got 2 minutes.
We got snacks in the back, courtesy of our Little Red Youth center. So if you'd like to go and have a quick snack, they are provided by that. And we thank the men for volunteering to help.
Thanks, Don. I just wanted to say thanks for the elders giving us the prayers, and the cooks in the back. I almost fell asleep back there. I was so stuck. No? Here's my literate public works report. As you know, this past summer, SaskTel came in. They were installing fiber optic lines to each home. The fiber optics will be a faster service which includes phone, internet, cable TV. Mass Construction completed their end of the project on September 30th, and now we are waiting on SaskTel to install the wiring into each home. So, kind of be prepared for that. There'll be there will be a notice provided when they'll be entering the homes to install all the wiring. Our waste management station, the station was turned over to Literate in June, to which LRRR are the ones hauling out and picking up all the garbage cans. The waste station received a C-can at the station, so each compartment in that C-can has different areas where you put paint, batteries, oils. So if you see that C-can there. Other principles, this past summer we installed signs that have our Cree language and syllabus printed on them, so you'll see them all over the place. We received gravel for high traffic areas, mainly the road, which we needed very much. The road that was going down toward the Healing Lodge. Entrance signs on the north and south side of the community went up beginning of summer, and there are those big, beautiful signs. They have lights on them. Water treatment plant. They'll be completed sometime in October. I know we need a higher level operator there. We have two guys there right now that are kind of going with the wind, but we definitely need a person that can really operate it, because this is going to be a big water system and osmosis and everything. Goals for the future. My main goal that I want to see in Literate is a soccer field. There's kind of, we were supposed to put it by the blue building, but I think we have other plans with that. Street lights, I wouldn't mind getting some street lights on the main traffic areas. Fencing around the blue building would be nice for storage. I think that's all I have for now. Any questions?
Sorry, brother, I'm going to put some pressure on you. Actually, I just want to comment on Cameron, Brian, the whole team, and of course, Don and Chief and Council in regards to what we've received up to date, to heavy equipment, to the operations, and how these boys take care of our machines. They look after them. They do not screw around. They are on top of everything that's to be done. And with, of course, Don finding the dollars for us, I really want to thank you guys for doing that. As you know, in the history of Little Red, we never had that before. So just good words coming from the people who live here. I thank you very much with all the hard work you guys did. Thank you.
Any more questions for Cameron? No? What's that?
Looking for workers?
Just so you guys know, I've been working with Cameron and Brian, and last week I was here visiting at the band office and also at the daycare, and I had asked Cameron to make sure that we had 2 microphones and a microphone system for the hall, and he made sure we had a microphone, and he was here this morning at 9 o'clock. We were setting up the hall, so I just want to thank you for that, and the rest of your team for getting everything ready. Thank you.
Eddie Bird, can you come up here? C92. Dorothy Nelson had to go to Saskatoon today, but she will be doing a report tomorrow in Montreal Lake.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Eddie Bird. Can you hear me? Because I'm really not liking microphones. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. I'll just do a quick piece on the First Nations rep, as Dorothy's not here. One of her main roles is to assist our families and our children to have a connection with home, have a connection with their families, have a connection with their communities, know who they are, where they come from. So that's one of her main roles, is to assist our children that are in care outside of our agency and with our agency to ensure that they have a connection to home, ties to their culture and ties to their nation. And she's available. Do we have her number somewhere down? She works out of the urban office upstairs off of 28 Marcus. So, and I think we have a listing for her contacts at the band office as well. So if anybody's wanting to have connections with your grandchildren or your children that may be in care, they don't, it can be across this country. She provides support and assistance to any of our children, regardless of where they reside, to help them to come home, to have connection to family and connection to home. I'll move on to the C92, which is where I am at currently. C92 is a process to exercise our inherent rights to care for our children in our own way. C92 is federal legislation that recognizes our inherent rights to care for our children, our youth, and our families according to our own laws and our own values. This will be based upon our Creator's law, national law, grandparents' law, our law that Creator gave us to live by. It creates a space for us to develop and apply our child well-being laws, to make decisions rooted in relationships and kinship, and move away from the colonial systems that have not worked for our families. Bill C-92 supports Indigenous-led care by affirming our authority and responsibility to do this work in our own way, based upon our own process and procedure. These rights did not come easily. They reflect generations of advocacy, resistance, and leadership. And one of our strong leaders has been our Chief Joyce. She has a very strong voice when it comes to our children, and I want to thank her for all the work that she has done for our children. To protect our children and families and our ways of life. Bill C-92 exists because we insisted that we were heard, and we insisted that we are the best to care for our children in our own way. We fought for our children, for our youth and our families, and we won. What guides this work? What we know is that we never gave up our inherent right to care for our children in our own way. That we didn't give up that right through treaty or any other, and that our treaties protected our right to care for our children in our own way. We know that our children are involved in the child welfare systems in ways that reflect long-standing disruptions to our families and our kinship care. We have always cared for our children through our lands, through our laws, through our relationships, and our ways of life. What can we do? Many nations are advancing Indigenous-led child well-being laws and systems that are grounded in our values and shifting decisions back to where they belong, which is with our families, our nations, our communities. And it's time to enact child and well-being legislation and program pursuant to our own inherent rights. Why are we doing this? Because our kids deserve to be raised by us, be raised based on our own values, our norms. Our children are gifts from the Creator. When they're cared for in their own ways, they grow up knowing who they are, where they come from, and that their nation loves them and protects them. Our families deserve to be supported by our own laws and our own values. Bill C-92 supports children growing up connected to their families, communities, culture, and language. Decision-making that reflects community values, Indigenous leadership and child-family well-being, in care systems that are prioritize prevention, support, connection, belonging. Any questions? Gerald?
Thank you so much. I gave you 10 minutes, you still got 4 minutes. Anybody have any questions? If not, we'll go to Larry Burgess to give us a report on human resources. Larry, you got 10 minutes.
I'll need about 4. Good day, everybody. As mentioned, I'm Larry Burgess. I've been running the human resources for Montreal Lake for the last year. I'm the director there. So what I do is help with people strategy and the business goals. I develop and implement human HR policies, lead talent acquisition and retention, that's recruiting for staff, and manage training and development programs. I make sure that there's compliance with the employment laws, and I help guide the managers on HR issues and develop positive employee relations. I also oversee the wage compensation and benefits, performance management, the HR budget, while advising senior leadership on workforce planning and organizational structure and culture. The role is both strategic and operational. Work very closely with Don and the other program managers. So we have approximately 231 staff. I guess I should interject now and say Gail should be up here. Gail Halkett, she runs the human resources, but for Little Red, but she can't make it today. Little Red specifically has anywhere from 30 to 38 employees in there, within the different departments. So up at Montreal Lake, Maine, we have 231 staff. Recruiting is a major obstacle for all of us. You know, a couple of folks have brought it up that how do we apply? Just to go over that process quickly is when the program managers will get in touch with me and they'll say, hey, you know what, we're going to need to recruit for these positions. So then I will get the job descriptions and I will send the posting back to them so that they can critique it, make sure it's what they want it to say, and then I'll put it out and I'll post for it. If it's a local job, if it's a local population specific to the community, we'll just post on the interagency. Gail will post down here on your guys' Facebook. I'll put it on the MLCN app. And then if it's a little higher profile job, maybe a program manager's job, I'll recruit on SAS Jobs. And we usually, that's how we'll do our recruiting there. And we'll also post them in the different departments within the community also. We're working on the personnel policy, updating that. It's very close to coming to the chief and council's table. We're working on vehicle policies, personal property policies, and we will be moving forward at some point in time with the drug and alcohol policy also, and that will be for safety sensitive positions. We're working on an organization chart. We have lots of moving pieces, and we're constantly updating that. Personally, I attend legal issues conferences, learning about the different legislation that we fall under, which is predominantly Canadian Labour Codes Code CLC. I completed the Indigenous Human Resources Certification Program with AFOA, so that was good to get that done. We also ensure that all staff are receiving their health benefits or their group insurance, so that's with Sun Life, and we're also taking part in the pension plan. We're working with professional development for the program managers and their staff. It's important for us to build capacity within the different programs that we have in the communities and give them some necessary training to assist them in their jobs. Things like critical conversations, giving, receiving positive, negative feedback, communication etiquette, some of those things like that. We're going to be working on the development of an OHS committee. We need one of those, and to my knowledge, we haven't had one of those, so we'll get working on that. That's about all I got. One of the big obstacles that we're looking at, I mentioned earlier, was the recruitment. So we have to get creative with some of the ways that we're going to recruit. Now, number one, we want to hire from within, right? We want staff and we want community members to be filling these jobs, keeping in mind that we have to balance that with running effective programming, right? So we will, that's the number one priority. The other priority is maybe band members that are living in Prince Albert or in different areas. And then the third priority is other people who will fill in the positions. So we're looking at different things creatively. I think one of the low-hanging fruit that we can grasp at is a place like Prince Albert National Park. They run 4 different vehicles a day for their staff. People, I think they even reach out as far as Shelburne and some of their stuff. And I think that's what we're going to have to do is take a look at commuting opportunities. Maybe we have a van that we can have that staff will be able to jump in Prince Albert. And we have about 3 or 4 different scenarios there that we can look at, but just have to get creative in the ways that we can recruit folks and have them come in. I think that's all I got. If you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Jason Valentine. Jason was here, I think last week and did a presentation on the land code, so I think he's going to make an announcement here, and he's not doing his presentation again because he just did it here last week.
Thank you. Thank you to the elder who gave us our prayer this morning. And Mr. Marco, our elder us that are here, our young people that were here today visiting, thank you to all of you. As Don said, I did a presentation here last week. We had an assembly of about 30, 35 people. A lot of good questions. I had the presentation there at the front on what a land code is. But we were supposed to have our communities vote on this last Friday for Prince Albert, Saskatoon, Little Red, and Montreal Lake. So we had to delay that because of the cold weather. So we rescheduled to this Friday, 30th. So for Little Red, you'll be voting here in the hall from 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. So I encourage everybody to come out and vote. Again, the question will be, do you support the land code? Do you vote yes or no for the land code? So in your community, I think it's important that you come out, you vote yes, it's your land. It's not anybody else's land, so I encourage you all to come and vote yes, so that we do have some control, not complete control over your land base. So tomorrow I will be doing the full presentation for Montreal Lake. We had a small turnout last week, so I want to take full advantage of that this week. So I guess that's all I have to say for them today. I'm going to add some other notes, but we do have the handouts there, so I encourage you to read them. If you have any questions, ask them online tomorrow. But we will have it. Maybe say, Jeannie, you didn't ask one.
Thank you, Jason. Judy Bird, membership. I'll just bring the mic there.
Council, good evening. My name is Judy Bird, known as the Tree Car Lady, or the Counter Clown. Everywhere I go, I always get to ask that question, but I don't mind answering. But at the casino, they ask me that, so. But anyways, I'm the Indian Registry Administrator for Montreal Lake and Little Red. I was hired back in 2011. My duties are status card applications, child registration, updating the band registry on a daily. I do letter verifications. I help with birth certificate applications. I know a lot more band numbers than I ever did. So thanks to the Thousand Powers contacts, I know more people. We have to date 4,576 as of January 5th. Montreal Lake has 1268, Little Red has 438, Urban has 2831. We have members from Australia, from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, Fresno, California, Prince Edward Island, Donovan, Oklahoma, Yukon. So they're from all over. I work out of the office from Monday to Friday. I try to come here to Little Red on a bi-weekly basis. It's kind of hard for me to get around because I don't have drivers, so I ask my sister or my honey to help me get here and there. So I try to be at Little Red and PA whenever I can. So I try to do the best I can. I'm limited. I use a walker, but today I'm trying not to depend on it too much from now on. I also help with taxes. I helped out with water claims before. I'm glad that's over and done with. I help with the rec program. We're doing radio bingos right now. So tomorrow's our bingo, $5,000. So we're getting more bingo players out there in Montreal Lake. I help with the fish derbies, the Malanosa days, Winterfest days. Our 49th annual is coming up, March 6th, 8th. Any event sponsored for recreation, I'm there. So I'm trying the best I can. I also sit in the post-sec committee. I can't wait to be a part of the elders committee, which is in 5 years' time. Thank you.
So I'm going to call you a junior elder then. Just so you guys know too, all these presentations that we've been going through today on this USB drive, they're going to be downloaded to the Montreal Lake app. So if you're looking for information on any of the presentations that were made today, We're going to download them onto the Montreal Lake app, and then you can have access to that information. Latonya looks after our governance, so our governance coordinator, Latonya.
Hello, my name is Latonya Ross, and I'm the governance coordinator. I'm based out of the urban office in Prince Albert. So, quick introduction on the governance. So the governance committee serves as a crucial advisory body committed to advancing governance initiatives grounded in Woodland and Plains Cree culture and values. So the committee works in close partnership with program managers, committee chairs, portfolio councilors, the elders councils, and chief and council to shape our nation's future governance framework, ensuring alignment with cultural principles. So the governance committee's responsibilities include, but is not limited to, evaluating existing governance structures and processes as directed by CNC, creating, reviewing, and amending laws and policies aimed at ongoing improvements and modernization, consulting with other governance bodies such as CNC, Elders Council, Appeals Tribunal, and committees, facilitating community consultations for amendments to the Election and Executive Act, conducting ratification votes on amendments to laws of the Executive and the Election Act. So we have those coming up here in February. In the binder, page 24, we're going to do the 4 sectors, and we'll be doing the voting for the proposed amendments that we have collected from all the communities. So an example of some documents that we've completed: finance management policy, duty to consult policy, land code, amendments to the acts, terms of reference template for the committees. And so documents that are currently being drafted right now are amendments to the Election and the Executive Act, our citizenship code, terms of reference for Appeals Tribunal, Elders Council, Senate, and we're also working on a constitution. So if you have any suggestions, I keep notes of what some concerns are, and I bring them forward to the governance committee, so it's really good work. And so there's copies of the proposed amendments on our Urban Services website page. I also have a few with me if you would like them to review for February. And another thing too is I have my Commissioner of Oaths, so I know there's people that come and see me in the office when they need documents signed, so that's another service that we have at the Urban Office for documents. But other than that, any questions? We're good?
You're so fast, I didn't even get a chance for a snack there. Leon Sorensen will do an update on economic development.
Thank you, Don. So I've been a dev officer for 2.5 years. We have a committee also. We have 7 members. We have 1 counselor from each section. Troy Natahau, also Charles, and Jeff Badger. So since I started, we kind of just scrapped what we had before. We just thought we would start a new division, which we did, was chain link fences. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen those around the communities. We did 8 here last year. We did 13 in Montreal Lake. But we have a lot of trouble finding laborers. It's a hard job. And we appreciate anybody that wants to try and work for us. Just come in and try and work for us. We won't reject them.
What type of qualifications you need?
Nothing. Pair of work boots and the vest, away you go.
Like them?
Just come and see me. all you have to do. And I don't care if you're man, woman, young or old, we'll give you a try.
What's the wages like?
We start everybody off at $20 an hour.
That's tax free?
Yes, yeah. And if you stick with us, we'll be quickly moving up the ladder for wages. Because we need workers. We have tons and tons of work.
Where are you located?
We do work in Montreal Lake, and we do work in Little Red.
How do we contact you?
How do we contact you?
My phone number, which is 1306-961-9179. And don't be shy.
What did you say? 306?
9179. And I'd like to thank all the program managers because they really gave us a big boost in starting this division. So applause for all the program managers and the chief and council and the administrator for all their help making this work for us. Like I said, like if we had more workers, we could expand to other communities also. And so we appreciate anybody that wants to come and work for us.
What type of work do you do?
It's all chain link fences. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know the fences that you've been seeing going up? Yeah, that's what we do.
Okay.
Yeah. And as you can tell by my physique, it's hard work. Yeah.
What's your name?
Leon. Sorensen.
I just put you at work.
And so that's going to be our main division that we're going to be doing this year also. But we are going to be doing some training and possibly doing glass cutting as well. And that will eliminate the weight for the broken glass, like the window panes on each reserve. So we'll just go in and we'll just take off whatever pane that's broken and we'll just replace it. That eliminates a lot of time and cost. Because right now you guys are waiting for windows up to 6 months and we can do the job in 2 days at a fraction of the cost. We're working with social on that to get the training done and health to provide us a vehicle. To cut the cost, I think. And there too, we'll be starting everybody off at $20 an hour, and we will be needing 4 to 6 people for that. Yeah, so you guys can contact HR.
Warren is here in Little Red, Chantal Manson, and Kiefer Prevention Services Workers in Montreal Lake, and Alphonse is our consultant. Our committee members consist of the chair, who is Bev Bird from Montreal Lake, Blanche Bird, Talia Bird, they're both from Montreal Lake, Shirley Badger from here in Little Red, Verna Valentine as well, who's at the back, I believe. She's from Little Red here. Blanche May How, who's our elder here, and Harry Kalkit from Montreal Lake. Our portfolio counselors are Charmaine Ermine, who is here. Little Red, Carol McCownall, and she's up there, and Conrad Mintama, who's our cameraman. I'll get you to do the next 2 slides.
Programming included Cree language and treaty awareness, banning making cultural cooking activities. We had a traditional feast in September out here in Little Red. Belt making, ribbon skirt making, and star blanket teachings. Land-based and annual events. Medicine picking, we went to, I think it was in July or August, I don't remember. Medicine picking and teachings, protocol and cultural practices. We had an annual cultural day support in both communities, Montreal days and our Little Red cultural days. Activities such as archery and cultural demonstrations, designed for learning, healing, and pride and identity, especially for youth and families. service gaps and improving responsiveness to community needs. Youth sports and wellness supports, arena and recreation programming, strengthen our youth physical wellness and mental well-being. Youth physical wellness coordinator in Montreal Lake and LRRR, 2 youth hired to assist in each community. Continued support of our youth minor sports in collaboration with MLCN Sports and Recreation Summer Soccer League. Wellness support with Health Center, 1 mental health therapist, 1 addiction worker, and 1 cultural support worker. In progress, cultural coordinator in Pacific State, Little Red. Goal is consistent community-driven cultural programming and delivery.
I just want to add to the mental health. We have the mental health worker that comes here to the health center Mondays and Tuesdays once a week, twice a week, to add for the assistance in mental health. So the next slide is we have youth wellness gatherings, and that's for the youth programming. And what takes place there is grief and loss, addiction awareness, self-care, healthy relationships, boundaries, and personal safety. Why it works is because it's learning and relationship building in one setting, safe structure that supports honesty and growth, connections to supports where real change often happens. We also have the cadets program in Montreal Lake that it's in collaboration with PAGC, and it's launched a cadets program with MLCN. Ooh, Donna. Okay, back to the front again.
Don't say it like that.
There we go. Okay, so next slide, we had a conference in community learning. So we had a family conference in Montreal Lake, and it was family-friendly space for learning, connections and encouragement, presentations and open question and answers across 2 days. The theme was addictions, understanding, mental wellness, bullying, violence awareness, and practical tools for healing and positive change. The speakers we had were Tanya Ross, Joey General, Dakota House, and Scott Ward. Health and Wellness Conference with William Charles Health Center was a whole person approach. First, physical health, mental wellness, addiction education, and community healing. The topics were liver health and hepatitis C, cancer clinic information, mental health wellness, substance use impacts, gang awareness, culturally grounded supports, traditional healing, recovery teachings, local recovery stories, and they had a traditional meal as well. For the elders, we had an elders gathering in Prince Albert, which consisted as many of the elders that we could accommodate. So the elders were not just included, they helped shape the programming. Prevention services led planning and execution of elders gathering. Elders continue to be part of the broader programming throughout the year. Listening and planning was completed, and elders surveyed to gather guidance on future programming. Information supports plan based on elders' priorities and availability. Ensures future activities are informed directly by the elders' knowledge. So right now we're working to engage with the elders advisory so they can help us incorporate them into our program on a daily basis, weekly basis when we have our program. So the practical programming and community safety, we have programs delivered, which is we have grocery shuttle service, parental drivers program. That'll be happening in Little Red, but right now it's currently taking place in Montreal Lake. We have family movie nights, child care first aid trainings, financial holiday supports for financial sponsorship for critical response teams in both communities, additional wellness supports during the holidays, and the goal was timely, responsive assistance when needs increase. The outcome was to meet people where they are, reduce barriers, strengthen safety, and support wellness in the day-to-day life. For Little Red, program delivery were the ones mentioned prior, but also regalia making, star blanket teachings, community feast, lead teachings. Little Red supports our family sponsorship for community powwow, the cultural days, there was an event tent purchase, the Christmas meal and community hampers, and me coming here once a week, every Tuesday. So our feature, we're going to be having a family conference on the 18th and 19th at the school, and everybody's welcome to attend. Oh, and there's a latch. There's a latch technician course happening on January 31st, but I think it was filled already. There was only 5 available spots, but I believe it'll be ongoing programming depending on the need of the community. And
Your time is up. That was perfect timing. I told her 10 minutes and she was right to the second. Kimberly, can we do some draws here? And then we have one more presenter and then we're done. Wanda is not here. Wanda is actually on leave from work even though she was here with preparing the food.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to acknowledge our Chief and Council that are in attendance this afternoon, all the elders, and I would like to thank the Senator for the opening prayer also this morning. My name is Ray. I'm the Health Director in Montreal and Little Red, and as part of our assembly, we are asked to present our annual report. So, the summary of my annual report is from January 2025 to December of 2025. As you know, Montreal is a primary care clinic that attends to anybody that presents themselves for primary care. And Little Red has a community health center. That means that they do not have the ability to treat minor and some major diseases. However, beginning this year in February, we are able to put a nurse practitioner at the clinic here in Little Red that will serve everybody. We do not discriminate whether you're from the wrong side or Montreal Lake side. That nurse practitioner is able to perform the same functions as a medical practitioner. So we welcome that opportunity for all of our members in Little Red. And the summary of my report for our primary care, we served a total of 14,600 clients from last year. The nurse practitioners saw about 5,200 clients. And in Little Red, she started here in April or May, I believe, and she has seen a total of 760 clients already. Our community health program in Montreal Lake, we have I want to report that sexually transmitted infection, we have a total of 132 clients that were diagnosed as well as treated. Dog bites, we have 10, and I have to report that there's no tuberculosis reported in Montreal as well as in Little Red. We have a total of 17 prenatal clients, total of 22 newborns, so we have 22 newborn members from last year. We distributed milk vouchers, a total of 238, and food hampers to those feeding those. We distributed a total of 119 as well. We also have our Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative. We have a nurse practitioner that comes to Montreal Lake 1 week out of the month. And she has seen a total of 240 diabetic clients. However, we have 51 members that missed their appointments. Our home and community care program, we have 2 nurses serving Montreal Lake, and we have 1 home care nurse here in Little Red that is still employed by the Prince Albert Grand Council worker that serves the community as well. The total number of clients that were served by our home care nurses in Montreal Lake, we have a total of 1,892 home visits and a total dressing medication delivery. We also delivered our medications. A total of 1,000 medication deliveries was performed last year. The Meals on Wheels, we still have the Meals on Wheels, both Montreal Lake and Little Red. In Little Red, we have 3 times a week Meals on Wheels that's being delivered. And in Montreal Lake, we delivered a total of 3,900 Meals on Wheels last year. Our mental wellness program is active. This year, we have 1 mental health therapist for Little Red. She comes here 2 days a week. And also, you have a mental health therapist that works at the school as well. In Montreal Lake, we have a total of 2 mental health therapists. We have cultural support workers, and they do a women's group. They deliver anger management. We have group session participants, a total of 163. And recently, we hired a youth mental health therapist that caters to our 18 years old and below population. And she started having a paid therapy, and the most recent one was course therapy, and she takes all those gifted children or our challenge handicapped children to equine therapy. We also are very active in our land-based program activities. We have our cultural support worker guiding our community members to do medicine picking, and she has a total of 24 participants. They go fishing and they learn how to set up nets, fish preparation, and also our counselors are doing one-on-one counseling sessions. They saw a total of 647 clients. So our special needs children, we started a parent support group. We have a total of 19 identified young people in Montreal Lake that has autism spectrum disorder. And so I directed our therapist to form a parent support group, because most of these young parents have no idea on how to deal with autism spectrum disorder, which is very new to our First Nation communities. I just want to emphasize that. So we have that support group right now. They exchange information, and they meet every other week at the clinic. Our NADAP program, we have one of our NADAP workers here, Gerald, in Little Red, as well as in Montreal Lake. We have AA meetings that's ongoing. It's very active. They have it every other week. And from the reports that I'm getting, last night they had a total of about 12 participants, and it's still growing. So AA meetings, they have 7 I believe that's 7 sessions, and they have 7 participants, 89 intake assessments and referral, a total of 101. Referred to the detox center, there's 27 treatment centers, 32, and they have a total of 17 home visits. I emphasize to our native workers that anybody that's coming back from treatment has to be home visited and they have to be supported somehow. We need a lot of client support services after treatment. We are talking about transition homes, employment opportunity, arts and craft, practical education. And I would like to acknowledge our housing team here, as well as the council. They are looking towards building a transition home for both Little Red and Montreal Lake. Our transportation department, we have a total of 25 fleet, and those are total of vehicles that's available at the clinic. We have 5 medical taxis in Montreal Lake and 2 here in Little Red. We have a total of 6 vehicles for home care in Montreal Lake. Mental wellness, they have 5. For the nurses, they have 1. Community health programs, 7. And we have 2 trailers. Medical transportation trips, we transported a total of 1,018 to Prince Albert last year. And in Saskatoon, there's 183. Our long-term goal is to transition to smaller vehicles like SUV because they are more cost-effective. We found out that those Ford vehicles, those Ford vans are difficult to maintain and they're expensive. Dental therapy services, I just want to point this out. We have a total of 703 clients that were served under age 5 years old and below. There's 55 school-age children, 339 adult, 258, COHI program, 51, and I emphasize a home visit to our elders to check all their dentures for assessment and for proper fitting. I just want to announce as well that I recently applied for one more dental therapist to service Little Red and Montreal Lake. Maybe we can have 2 days in Little Red and 3 days in Montreal Lake because I recognize it is a need here in Little Red. You don't have a dental therapist that caters to your dental health. Dental therapists have a lot of, they can do a lot of function. They can do cleaning, they can do dental extraction, and others. So it is very important that we look after our dental health as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. That concludes our General Assembly for 2026 at Little Red. Okay, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. Greg is supposed to be a presentation rate, but regarding a couple of things, your home care, what do you provide? Completely different from Steering the Lake, where you provide your home care facility. You give the elders a bath, you do their laundry, and everything else. I don't know what kind of training our home care workers have.
Okay. Good question. Thank you very much for your question, Ed. Our home care services in Little Red is still provided by the Prince Albert Grand Council. And the long-term goal that I have for Little Red is for all the health programs to be transferred to Montreal Lake so that we can deliver the service that the people of Little Red deserve. right now, your community health program, immunization programs are still delivered by the Grand Council. So they are employed by the Grand Council. Having said that, we have a home care worker that is not certified as a home care aide, and they have very limited function. So they do the homemaking services. They can go to your home and do some cleaning. They can do some laundry services, and they deliver the Meals on Wheels.
Regarding your, I couldn't find the letter or the notice that was put up. You guys you're looking for a health committee member.
Yes, we advertised that we are looking for one more health committee member for Little Red because one of the health committee members that is from Little Red resigned, I think maybe 3 months ago. So we are still looking for a health committee member.
All I'm hearing, read your letter. I don't know what makes you're laughing at me. I'm being serious.
Okay, send your application in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the questions there, Ed. I'm going to call on band counselor from Little Red to come and close this portion of our General Assemblies. We have one more to do. We're doing a last one tomorrow in Montreal Lake. We start at 10 a.m. at the school, and it'll be another program like this. And we're going to do the draw for the Oiler tickets right after the assembly tomorrow. So, Alyssa, can you come up here and close us? We'll do a closing prayer tomorrow in Montreal Lake. We did an opening prayer on Monday in Saskatoon when we started, and we'll do a closing prayer when we close the last assembly tomorrow. So, Alyssa, closing remarks, please. And you only have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll make it fast. Good evening, everybody. I'd just like to thank our elders for the opening prayers that we saw with the way this morning. Here I thought I read 1 o'clock was the bad assembly. My sister, she's like, so. But anyway, good presentations, good information from our program managers. I just want to give them a little bit of appreciation to our managers for all the hard work they do. If it wasn't for that, we would be sitting blind, not knowing what's going on. And as leadership, we should know what happens in our programs. One of the portfolios that I hold is housing, and like John had mentioned, housing is one of the toughest programs to have in our First Nation, especially when you're related to almost everybody and anybody in the community. So it's hard, but I love that job. It's one of my favorite jobs as a but you know, I wish we had more of our band members here. I counted nine band members here that are employees of the nation. So, you know, I hope tomorrow we get more band members. You know, it's good to see everybody, but I'd love to see everybody in this Lethbridge Beach household. You know, just to get the messages out there. But I'll just keep it short. Oh, my name is Elisa. Alicia. I was like, my chat last name. What are you? We're just laughing in the back. But no, thank you all. Thank you, Conrad, for being the tactile player. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I just want to thank Cameron, all the people that helped set up the hall, the people that cooked for us today. Thank you so much. Thanks for the people that came out to the meeting. Thanks for all the questions. This is how you keep your leadership accountable and transparent by coming out to these meetings and asking questions. Thank you safe travels. We'll see you tomorrow morning in Montreal Lake.